I'm a connector of people.
I'm the reason you can video call your loved ones.
Let friends know you got home safe.
Work from home or jump on the latest social media trend.
Whether I'm climbing in a city or somewhere remote.
Jumping in the van early in the morning to repair storm-damaged cables.
Fixing a fault at a roadside box.
Or learning about new technologies.
I'm proud of what I do.
Because what I do impacts millions of people every day.
I'm literally connecting people.
If you told me last year that I'd be working as an engineer, keeping the country connected,
I'd have said, no way, that's not me. I'm not even technical.
But here I am. I guess we're in the business of changing people's minds as well as careers.
I work for a company that values me.
BT encourages me to learn and progress my career.
One day, I could become a specialist, a trainer, or even a leader.
I'm proud of what I do.
I'm powered by me.
And empowered by BT.
Lifetime best set back in 2018 at those England Under-20 Championships when she jumped 6 metres 24.
So, women's long jump final. Welcome to this last session. Finals pretty much all the way in. Lots of medals to decide across track and field. You're watching BUCS and BT Outdoor Athletics Championships here in Chelmsford. So Becky Chapman, former British senior medalist.
Former BUCS champion.
Former BUCS champion as well, representing Cardiff Met. There's Jade O'Dowda alongside her.
And bronze.
So the full lineup: Hannah Jones of Birmingham, Natasha Smith of Loughborough, Amy McTaggart of Manchester Met, Anna Cameron of Strathclyde, Charlotte Jones of Loughborough, Jade O'Dowda of Hallam, Becky Chapman Cardiff, 6:04 for her, Lauren Davey of Swansea, Adana Okoku of Oxford, Bethany Harriman, Loughborough, Jodie Smith of Brunel, and Emily Thomas of Cardiff.
That was the Swansea student, Lauren Davey. Third last year at the Welsh Outdoor Championships. She has a legal best of 5 metres 78.
So discus going into the cage there. And just having a look at the line for the discus: Carolina Varmsler of Edinburgh, Ellie Love at Swansea, Ellie Olcott Birmingham, also a teammate Kirstian Ebbage, Emma Botham Loughborough, Alice Baxendale Edinburgh, Precious Hamilton Derby, 2 Loughborough athletes as well, 2 more indeed, Alexandra Baltazar Hall and Ty Tunstall, Kira Maxwell Glasgow, Brunel's Jessica Hopkins, Hannah Macaulay Leicester. So early stages of this women's long jump final. That was Adana Okoku of Oxford going there. This is Bethany Harriman of Loughborough we're about to see.
.43.84 there for Emma Botham, Loughborough in the
43.84 of Emma Botham of Loughborough in the third round of the women's discus. Plenty of Loughborough medals across these 2 events potentially. Tyre Tunstall, another of our GB junior internationals here in Chelmsford. Jodie Smith of Brunel, I believe, here.
Jodie Smith there, Brunel.
Another of our heptathletes in this competition.
Champion, where she equalled the championship best performance of 6
title
meters
indoors with 6 meters and 37 centimeters. So Smith has a lifetime best of 6:37, which was set there.
22 in the second round for Jodie Smith.
6:22 for her. Lifetime best in the heptathlon of 5,881. So no track events for the next 12 minutes, so hopefully we'll just be able to concentrate on the 2 events. Can get quite dicey when you're switching between 3. So Emily Thomas of Cardiff met now. Saying how they're having a decent championships in the sprints. They could get 2 medals here, of course. Emily Thomas took the bronze indoors. Discus final going on at the same time. Can tell you that Kira Maxwell of Glasgow has thrown 41.59 in the discus. That's the latest measurement to have been shown. So we are looking at, I believe, the Oxford Navy vest. Certainly starts with a 2. This is Adana Okoku of Oxford. So jumps, comes to the abrupt stop. Certainly a nice landing. Hannah Jones of Birmingham in this women's long jump final. That looked like it was further into the pit. Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow club athlete, lifetime best of 5:63. That was set indoors at BUCS. She was 7th overall in the final. Actually jumped slightly further in qualification.
Katie Joyce, if you're listening, if you're in earshot, will you please go to the call room?
Her first at BUCS Championships was in 2019. Natasha Smith of Loughborough now. Just seen down below me Daniel Bainbridge. He's later in the men's javelin final. He's the British senior champion at the moment. We're just hoping that that long jump scoreboard will be turned around. Anna Cameron of Strathclyde. So lots of spectators of this long jump final. .565, her lifetime best, Anna Cameron. So you can see those at the top level here around that 6:30 mark and pushing towards 6:50. Obviously 7 metres, the golden barrier in women's long jumping, but 6 metres still worthy of lots of pride if you can do it for student athletes. Those making this final still performing well around that 5:50 mark, mid 5 metre mark. Alice Baxendale of Edinburgh, 40 metres 91 showing for her in the discus. Over to Jade O'Dowda then. What can she do? Leaping high, pushing those arms forward rotationally. Try and lengthen that jump in this final. Well, Jade O'Dowda, of course, well known as a heptathlete, but also an excellent long jumper. Perhaps her event that she likes the most across all of the 7. 6:24 at best, and has won England junior titles in the long jump. It's also the England heptathlon champion. Actually beat Ellen Barber in that by just a few points, just the 16 points overall in the heptathlon. And that was in Bedford, the England Athletics Combined Events Championships. Jodie Smith was 3rd, so all top 10 athletes getting PBs in that. Hopefully we're going to get that scoreboard just to show us a bit more of the measurements of the athletes are getting. So that's Becky Chapman then. Senior athlete now. She was the BUCS indoor silver medalist.
Next up on track, in a few minutes' time, the final of the men's 100-metre wheelchair.
Well, we see the start list: Nathan Blackie, Jin Ju and Alexander van der Poel
Representing Poland
for the men's 100-metre wheelchair final.
Twice silver medalist And CP World Games silver medalist in 2018, Nathan Blackie in lane 4.
So representing Solent is Blackie, Zhu, Warwick, and Loughborough's Van der Poel. As we see there, Lauren Davey, the Swansea student and Welsh heptathlete in the long jump. It was a red flag.
For the men's 100-metre wheelchair.
So here we go. You can see the numbers on their helmet, perhaps most noticeable. Blackie wears 3, Zhu 4, and then Van der Poel in the African violet vest of Loughborough wears 5 on his helmet. So this is the 100-metre wheelchair final here at the BUCS and BT Outdoor Athletics Championships in Chelmsford. So 3 athletes in this, raring to go. So edging closer towards that start line, awaiting starters' orders. So now they do get going. Working hard to get away. Van der Poel of Loughborough taking that lead, coming down the home straight, being very closely matched. Blackie just behind Van der Poel, 18:11 on the clock. You wondered whether Blackie in the red of Solent was going to come through. Van der Poel held on.
And Jian Zhu.
So that concludes the men's 100-metre wheelchair final, and results calculated on point scores. But certainly Van der Poel was first to cross the line. Let's see now what's happening in the field.
Van der Poel, in fact, who took that.
So we've got the women's long jump final. We have seen Jodie Smith, the indoor champion, go out to 6:22 in the long jump.
Possibly not. I have 2 T34 athletes competing, but I don't have Sander Van der Poel's classification. But we'll wait for the official results.
So midway through the long jump, and also the discus is going on. We've seen 43.84 for Emma Botham of Loughborough. Looks like Ellie Lovett was last to throw there, the Swansea student.
And we have the following athletes come across to the podium, please. That's Thomas Young Loughborough.
And here goes Jodie Smith once again.
And John Bridge from Cardiff North.
So Smith of Brunel, coached by Laura Turner Elaine, the former GB international sprinter and medalist. Jodie Smith was also second in the 60 hurdles at BUCS indoors. And she leaps long then into the sandpit. Which is now raked. I can tell you that Alice Baxendale has thrown 38.82 in the discus. That's the latest measurement that's come up on that scoreboard that's been turned around for us to see. So over to Emily Thomas, BUCS indoor bronze medalist, lifetime best of 6:10. Also a Welsh athlete, but predominantly a long jumper and triple jumper. Lots of people there filming the action. So Emily Thomas was 8th at the British Indoor Championships with 5.93. She's actually achieved 5.93 as a best score on a few occasions this year. She was 2nd at the Welsh Championships with 5.81. Having opened up her season at the non-Thomas Open in Cardiff with 5.65, which led her to be in 4th place. That's Emily Thomas. So I just wonder whether we have reached the end of the 3rd round in the long jump, because Emily Thomas was last in the jumping order and she's just taken a break there. Okay, so we certainly know that women's high jump is next field event to get underway at 1:35. We're looking here at results across the line. Van der Poel, Blackie and June. Men's 100. Wheelchair final.
Ethan Dunn, Bradley Burke, Oxford, then Birmingham's Ben Thomas, Loughborough's Max Nicol, then Birmingham's Will Battershill, Zach Cohen, Plymouth.
We are looking here at the final of the men's 3,000 metre chase. The lineup: Will Battershill of Birmingham, certainly a gold medal contender, lifetime best of 8:32.92. Finals will come at you thick and fast now. Full lineup: Lewis Harknett, St Mary's, George Phillips, Ethan Dunn, Brad Burke, Ben Thomas, Max Nicol, then Battershill, Zachariah Cohen, James Edgerton, Bracken Price Davis, Terry Forden, Alex Kilby, and that completes your lineup. So off they go into the distance, just rattling through in order to get them underway. Let's discuss in more detail. Terry Forden of Cambridge, 9.21 at best. He was 8th at the British Championships in 2020. This is actually his first track comp since then. And I feel like I've said that a few times across the weekend, and it's an effect of the COVID pandemic in some ways. Some athletes have been injured, of course, as well, separately to that. We've got St Mary's Lewis Harknett. He's in 3rd place, blue and white stripes. And in front of him, you've got one of the Birmingham athletes, might well be Will Battershill. And you know what? It might be that they're both Birmingham at the forefront here. 3 overall. Certainly looks that way. Through the water jump first time cleanly then. So they're going to come through with 6 laps to go now. Emerging past the roof, it's Ben Thomas leading the way, 3:84.
400 metres in this men's steeplechase.
Ben Thomas, 9:07.78 at best, Welsh Indoor 1500 bronze medalist. You've also got James Edgerton, the first of the Cambridge athletes, with his teammate Terry Forden actually further back, right at the bottom of this group, just being tailed on to the end of this lead group. So already reasonably spread out, and they will head in next time around with 2K to go here in this final.
Took gold at the England Championships and at the Manchester International.
So at the moment, Birmingham 1-2. We saw that earlier on, didn't we, with Liam Rawlings and Michael Ward at the front. Unfortunately, they both missed out on the medals, though. All nicely through there, the water jump. Forden just losing a little bit of ground, but able to manage that gap and try and make it up now.
Lewis Harknett, the St Mary's student, the reigning Southern senior champion.
So Thomas and Battershill, then Harknett with just on his inside James Edgerton. Edgerton, lifetime best of 9:16.20.
So the order as they cross the line, Ethan Dunn.
And Edgerton improved by 30 seconds on his PB last year. He was 15th at the BUCS Championships, cross country that was. This is his first track competition of the year. 2:53 I caught for the opening kilometre. So we have, what's that, 7 men in this group on your screen. And the third Birmingham athlete, Price Davis, just being dropped a little. Forden losing a little bit of ground there off that water jump, but he'll try and make it back up again. So often in the steeplechase, it's the last kilometre where some athletes begin to tire, and you can see the difference in technique, the energy that's left. Battershill at the front, we said that he was possibly slight gold medal favourite. Seen lots of great athletes win this title. Jonathan Hopkins winning a hat-trick of titles, former Cardiff Met student. So Jack Johnson says, go on Will, Ben and Bryken. Hopefully I'm saying that right. You can let me know if not. Terry looking scary, says Angus Harrington, who's been watching a lot of these championships. Let's go Harknett, says Ollie Pryor. So Harknett, of course, in third place. Come on, Brad Gressier. So Milan Campion's watching Brad Burke, giving him the nickname associated with Jimmy Gressier. Maybe has a mudslide across the finish at some point. Brum podium pending, says Elliot as well. So it's a group of 5 with 2 added on towards the back, in danger of being dropped a little. Now closing in on Lewis Harknett. You just feel as though Battershill is in control. 5:14 as he comes through with 3 laps to go.
Ben Thomas, Lewis Harknett, James Edgerton.
So lots of shouts here in the stadium. So we will also keep you up to date with the field finals as well. So field finals, the officials just noting down those scores on paper, and then at the end of the event they will hand them in. Ben Thomas, do it for Wales, says Arthur Peel. So Ben Thomas in second. You can see this gap growing all the time from Battershill as they go around the outside for the water jump.
Good to see Will back in the country competing after spending 3 years at Harvard.
So Will Battershill, you can see the length of his gap is the length of your screen, 6:27 with 2 laps to go, and 7-second lead over his teammate Thomas, and then James Edgerton in third place.
Could we have a Birmingham 1-2?
Brad Burke of Oxford is in 4th, and I think that's George Phillips of Hallam in 5th place. Harknett back in 6th place, and Forden in 7th, and then a big gap back to Price Davis, who is in 8th position at the moment. I think that might be Zacharia Cohen in 9th. Maybe Max Nicol in 10th, and Ethan Dunn in 11th.
Penultimate time, just under 500 metres to go.
Rhys Simmons says, come on Max Nicol, Loughborough walks on water, but a number of you saying it's a Battershill masterclass. That's the way it appears. He hits the bell in 7:42.
7:42.7. Thank you, timekeepers.
So that was a 75-second lap. It's now a bigger gap for Thomas in second, but it's a good battle for bronze. Edgerton from Burke. Burke being overtaken by Phillips.
Well judged race from him.
So Batters Hill here. Inside the last 200 metres. Final water jump to come. He has a buffer zone. And makes it over. I was worried that would be commentator's curse for a moment, but Will Battersill is over, and he's away and clear for Birmingham. He is going to become the British University's steeplechase champion. Look over his shoulder, he can see that there's a big gap now. Back to Ben Thomas. Battersill takes the title in 8:56.40. Thomas going to take the silver, and Phillips the bronze, overtaking Edgerton on the last lap, and Burke. And Terry Forden in 6th place for Cambridge. 2 Cambridge athletes in the top 6 then. And then Harknett tiring towards the end and coming home in 7th position. And then Cohen finishing behind him in 8th spot. So all 3 Birmingham athletes now coming home as well. Liverpool, John Moores, Ethan Dunn, and Max Nicol of Loughborough. I think Ethan Dunn actually made that overtake on the last lap. So women's long jump final here. Jamie Webb on the chat, by the way, asking who's going to beat him in the 800 metres. I wonder whether that really is Jamie Webb. Jodie Smith in the women's long jump final. So we've seen her 6:22. She equalled the competition record 6:39, of course. So here she comes, and we're in the second half of this long jump final now. Jodie Smith, the heptathlete, lifetime best of 5:881. You're going to be queuing up for the England selection for the Commonwealth Games. So lots of medals still to be decided. We've also had Andy Young, the coach of Laura Muir, has been watching today.
We welcome members of the young members of Chelmsford Athletic Club. Hi, welcome, and thank you for your support.
Adana Akoku of Oxford jumping there.
They weren't here yesterday because they had a competition.
Right, one of the most anticipated sets of finals, the 800 metres. Absolutely cannot wait. Let's go through this lineup. So Norkit of Loughborough, Simpson of Birmingham, her teammate Boffey in this, Molly Hudson, Leeds Beckett, Annabelle Hobday, St Mary's, Olivia Varay of Edinburgh, and then two more Loughborough competitors, Bethan Morley, Charlotte Young. So, Norkit, Southern Indoor silver medalist, 2:11.1. Tilly Simpson, so talented as a youth athlete, former English Schools in England under 15 champion, 2:08 at best. Molly Hudson, another with a recent best, 2:08.04. She was fourth at BUCS Indoor, so can she get a medal here? Annabelle Hobday of St Mary's. So always a middle distance battle really between these unis. Loughborough, Birmingham, St Mary's. Isabel Boffey though, surely the favourite. European under-23, under-20 and under-18 champion. 3 times BUCS individual titles. Olivia Varay, the England under-23 winner last year. Bethan Morley and Charlotte Young. So what a lineup this is. And they'll have 2 laps of the track to decide these medals. And Isabel Boffey, you expect to be so strong, but who else can contend for the medals? So Boffey then already has a lead. She's an athlete who has improved, taken small amounts off her lifetime best over the last few years, getting closer and closer to breaking that golden 2-minute barrier for 800 metres. And you can see they are trying to respond to this pace that she's setting. I think that's Molly Hudson of Leeds Beckett in second place. So Boffey, she loves to front run. Had a great career to date. Such a stacked GB senior team to get into. Isabel Boffey loves competing for Birmingham. And she's on her way at the moment to another BUCS gold medal. 62 seconds as they came through the bell. Hudson in second. Looks like Tilly Simpson in third place. So looking for a Birmingham double podium. The Boffey, of course, also going for Marilyn Okoro's championship record as well. And she might have known that she would have had to do it on her own as well. It's still Hudson of Leeds Beckett, Tilly Simpson of Birmingham. Second and third, but a real battle on. I think that's Bethan Morley on the inside then. So silver and bronze not settled yet. Isabel Boffey extending that lead. Down the home straight she comes. The clock racing towards 2 minutes. Sprinting towards the line. Boffey comes in, 2:05 to take the title. And then Morley takes silver. Goodness me. It's Hudson falling across the line, so tired as she just, I think, held on for bronze as Simpson was finishing fast. What a final. Clearly Boffey was going for the solo front run. Versatile as she is, she was part of the 4x2 relay indoors and 400-metre champion as well. Great versatility shown by here. She was in her favoured event and she wins the title. Talking of versatility, Alex Haydock-Wilson has joined, and someone who we know is a 400 runner, but working on speed, I suppose, with the 100 metres this weekend.
Absolutely, yeah. No, and yeah, it's great to see some other athletes here who are mixing it up and trying different events. And I thought I'd get stuck in as well, take myself out of my comfort zone and try something very different. And very different it was. It was tough. The mentality it requires to do 100 is very different to the 400, despite it being a similar event. But I enjoyed myself.
Yes, certainly. You definitely enjoyed yourself a lot at the indoors where you did the 200, and that worked out to perfection.
It sure did. 200's always been sort of like my first love. So coming back down to that event was brilliant, and I thought of doing the same thing here, but I figured, all right, I've got the 200, now let's try something brand new and see if I can get in the mix, and that's what I did.
Yeah, because I suppose there are very few athletes who've won BUCS titles across 3 events. That, you know, that is something quite special. So I suppose to even get near challenging in 3 events, I mean, I can't think of many others. Maybe Jess Judd, certainly, she has won 5,000, 1,500 and 800. I mean, none of those maybe you'll be doing anytime soon. Maybe the 8, you never know. I mean, is this your last BUCS, do you think? Or
I mean, I'll be eligible for a few more years.
Right.
But yeah, whether it's my last, we'll have to find out.
So is that because you're studying PhD or something?
That's
like that?
right, yeah,
okay.
PhD next year.
Right, okay, so what's that in?
That's going to be in solar panel manufacture. I'm hoping to develop solar panels, make them a little bit better. Very different to athletics, but I enjoy the mix.
Yeah, well, there's been plenty of sun to capitalise on here in Chelmsford, particularly on the first day, where a number of us got sunburns. So, take you through this lineup of the men's 800 then. So, Dan Howes of Brunel, lifetime best of 148. He was the silver medalist indoors. Sean G of St Mary's, England under-23 finalist last year. Tom Keane, former European youth champion, over 3,000. Dominic Walton, he won the title indoors in the green vest of Cumbria. Then Jamie Webb, surely the standout favourite here. Saddam Kumi, though, someone who took a big chunk off his lifetime best at this event, 1.8 seconds off. He is a great 400 runner, stretching towards the 800, so maybe showing you how it's done. He was 5th indoors. He represented Sudan at the Olympic Games. And yeah, 150.03 his new PB. Joseph Owen, Southern Indoor under-20 champion previously, and Rocco Zaman Brown, 147.48 at best. So the men's 800 final, we could have spent half an hour talking about the achievements of these athletes, but the 800 is always an incredibly stacked final, and you get great energy from watching the athletes over 2 laps of the track. But Jamie Webb, fabulous to have him here.
Absolutely, and it's great to see him front running, using his speed, which he was conserving a lot in the first 2 rounds. He is definitely a championship performer. He's someone who pulls it out when it matters, and it's great to see him running brave again here today.
Yeah, Jamie Webb, who's twice medalled at the European Indoor Championships, of course, lowering his PB year after year to 1:44.1, a time that some athletes who entered the heat of this competition would really look up to him and dream of doing. But here in what is perhaps a bit of a tactical race, Tom Keane of Birmingham right on his shoulder as they hit the bow in 53.26. Webb of Loughborough, Keane of Birmingham, then Howes right on the inside, who was the silver medalist. As I say, he's also a previous bronze medalist in BUCS competition. He's contending once again. Sean G, I think that is, the first of these St Mary's students. Walton, the indoor champion, has dropped off this group, unable to go with this pace. So how are things going to be settled in the last 200 metres? Famously, a few years ago, Jamie Webb was in something like 9th place with 300 to go in the 1500. Very different story here, and he'll be glad for it. But look at this, Webb, Keane being overtaken by Howes in the navy of Brunel, and Sean G trying to come through. Jamie Webb having to work hard for it as Howes come through. Webb doesn't have enough. Howes takes the title. Kumi finishes so fast. 1:47.95 on the clock. Oh wow, so first you thought they were really keeping Jamie Webb honest, and then the kick at the end.
That was a lot to unpack in one race.
Yeah.
You saw a lot of moves happening on that home straight. Saddam Kumi using his 400 strength, his 400 speed reserve in the last bit. He's always been a strength-based 400 runner, and we see him come in and I think clinch the medal there. And Jamie running brave. From what I've been told, it's struggling in training, but doing well to come here today and put in a very honest race and really run brave there at the front, and I'm sure it will pay off later in the season. But a really exciting 800, which we knew it would be.
Yeah, of course. Jamie Webb has been coming to BUCS for, well, best part of a decade. He was winning titles in the colours of Manchester Met, and now in Loughborough, and yeah, immense that Loughborough have got such a strong team, because we also see Jess Judd as well, who I think will come up in the 1500 final as well. So a fantastic team across the board, really.
Absolutely. BUCS is always a competition that you can come to, and having done a lot of international experience, but there are some hungry runners here. Everyone takes it seriously, and no one's immune, but always great fun to spectate.
Absolutely, yeah. So lots of people on the chat, a lot of you supporting Tom Keane, Isabel Boffey, Tilly Simpson. So I suppose we'll wait for the medalists to actually be sealed. So the results certainly come up for the women's final. Isabel Boffey, you can see 3-second gap to Bethan Morley. Molly Hudson did hold on for bronze. It's at this point really in the third day where it really becomes quite frantic, with the finals coming at you thick and fast. It's great to spectate, great to be part of, isn't it?
Yeah, and you can ride the energy of the races that come before you as well. I'm sure those girls there lining up for the 400 would have seen that, seen the women in the 8, and they'll be spurred on for this race now.
Well, that's a really interesting point, because do you think that most athletes want to kind of ride that energy? They see the adrenaline building, or others just want to close off completely?
I think, yeah, there's definitely a mixture. There's definitely some people who really work well off of an atmosphere, and there's some people who really want to feel safe in their process and need to block out the world. And I think it's important to figure out what kind of athlete you are.
Oh, really interesting insight. So we're of course going to have these 400 finals coming your way shortly, so ideal really that you can join us for this.
Yeah, this is more my expertise.
Yeah, of course. So we have actually 3 Loughborough athletes in the women's final: Emma Alderson, Natasha Harrison, Rachel Corkin, so boding really well for the relay team as well.
Oh, absolutely. No, the 4x4 is definitely something you're going to want to stick around for. Both Loughborough teams looking incredibly stacked. We've also got some great teams from Birmingham and other unis as well, and we might see records get broken.
Yeah, it would be interesting, because well, certainly Loughborough's 4x4 team, the women, they've been particularly dominant with the likes of Jessie Knight, Jess Turner, Nessa Mie, and others, Kirsten McCaslin as well, Emma Alderson, helping them win by a country mile, and some of those athletes have gone to GB Senior Premier. So looking at this lineup here, Emma Alderson, she was third, actually shared a bronze medal in the 400 metres outdoors, which is very rarely seen. Ellie Grove of Bath, fastest time that she's run in quite a few years in the semi-final. Hannah Kelly of Birmingham, tall runner, moving up to the 400, England under-23 champion. What about Natasha Harrison? She's won a gold medal at the European under-20s for GB a few years ago. Fiona May Roberts, she won the silver indoors. Jill Cherry, another getting back to her best following some injuries that she's had. She won the bronze indoors and ran 54.40 in the semi-final, close to her PB. Rachel Corkin, the northern bronze medalist, and Asher Root, the southern under-20 champion from 2019. So wow, what a lineup once again for the women's 400 metre final. So actually DNS, no Jill Cherry in lane 6, so just 7 athletes in this. Asher Root of Newcastle seems to get the loudest cheers of the weekend, but it's Natasha Harrison who's got the best start. African Violet of Loughborough, Hannah Kelly alongside her, motoring down the back straight, the tall figure in the red.
Back straight, and it's great the 400 because you can see some real mixes of styles and ways to approach the race, and Hannah Kelly and Natasha Harrison have certainly gone out hard. We really hope that they can hold it on the home straight.
So these two should be fighting in the final 100 here. Harrison there on the inside. Well, we say that you focus on each other's race, but surely now responding down this home straight and trying to kick. Alderson well back on the inside, but Hannah Kelly trying to hold on.
Hard, but Natasha, oh, I think she's going to take it. An excellent finish from Natasha.
Absolutely stunning. So 57 seconds. The clock doesn't actually stop trackside, but tremendous that those two overtook one another. They were battling throughout that 400 metres. In the end, it's Natasha Harrison and Loughborough who take the title.
Can't get a break from the adrenaline, can you? This has been 2 super exciting, super unpredictable races, and it was great to see Natasha use her speed in the first part, a strength-based runner typically, and then use that strength in that last 30. But Hannah, extremely brave running as well.
Yeah, so Hannah Kelly moving up from the 200 towards the 4, and I'm sure both of these athletes have more GB caps awaiting them. So also, of course, it's the long jump final. We've seen Jodie Smith go out to 6:22, trying to follow up what she did indoors. Becky Chapman, former British senior bronze medalist, involved in this, and Jado Dowder as well, another heptathlete.
Now we see Natasha Smith.
Yep, so of Loughborough heading into the final stages of this competition. So over to the men's 400. Quick chance to take a breath, but only half a breather. So what do we reckon here then from this lineup of the men's 400?
No, this is an incredibly diverse and incredibly stacked field. Here we've got, again, good Loughborough representation and good ex-Loughborough representation with Ellis Greatrex lining up for Nottingham Trent. And no, I'm just super excited to watch from the sidelines for once and not have to think about that lactic. But I'm sure I'm going to feel it mentally just watching them on that home straight. I'm really excited to see some of my former training partners, Ben and Ellis, taking it out, but also these other guys, very, very talented. Moyo Sargent, who's come on leaps and bounds in this competition. And that's what this competition's all about, really seeing what you can do and surprising yourself.
Yeah, so actually 4 of these athletes at least have set new lifetime bests quite recently, doing so indoors. So Hakan Dalbau made a big improvement to get the bronze medals. We have a look here. So Jamie Webb actually finishing 4th in the end in that tight finish. Dan Howells from Saddam Kumi and Rocco Zaman Brown. So the first of the St Mary's athletes in 3rd and 5th, Sean G. Tom Keane also ran out of it. Dominic Walton, that's what's sometimes happened. Someone who's won the title quite recently ends up 7th or 8th place, just run out of it. It's happened before. Happened to Jamie Webb in the past. Win in the indoors in the colours of Manchester Met. Then he came back and won the titles, and now he returns here and just missing out on the medals. So over we go back to the long jump once again in the closing stages. Becky Chapman of Cardiff going there, and she gets the white flag. So yes, we are just moments away from this 400 final. Alex Haydock-Wilson joining us here in the commentary box. And lots of people saying, yeah, Natasha Harrison, we're proud of you.
I don't know if you can hear my breathing getting a little bit more intense. I'm seeing these boys lining up, and I know exactly how that feels. And straight after that women's final and that 800 men's final, we know that anything can happen in these championship finals. It's a big mental game. How well can you execute your own race plan and respond to the rest of the field?
Yeah, and you've got people like Jimmy Seacombe, who just missed out on a medal indoors. He was 4th, so trying to get on the podium. As we confirm actually the women's result there, that was the confirmed time, 53.79 for Harrison from Kelly, and Roberts got another medal to add to her indoors.
Now we'll be looking at Ben Higgins to take out the field. Incredibly speed-based runner, who's also showing some great strength indoors.
So Ben Higgins, yes, of course, as you said, winning the British indoor title. 47.05, the fastest qualifier through the semis. So Dalbal, Seacombe, Hawkes, Neil, Greatrix, Higgins, Aguiare and Sargent of Loughborough right on the outside in lane 8. 1 lap of the track for these athletes to decide the medals. Connor Neal of St Mary's going off pretty well, but watch out for Higgins from lane 6. He's got his teammate on the outside and Aguiare as well. Looking extremely strong down the back straight. Interesting to see everyone take the same approach of going out absolutely hard through 200. So we're going to see some fast times on the clock. Ben Higgins looking absolutely incredible round the bend, starting to pick up his knees, but other runners looking hungry. Ellis with his typical strong finish coming round the bend. Anything can still happen. Absolutely. So here they emerge down the home straight. Higgins really fighting. Great treks as well. It's these two, but Daylight.
Higgins absolutely taking it, and an incredible time as well. That's a lifetime best outdoors, early doors in the season as well. It's looking like an exciting season for Ben Higgins and an exciting year.
Yeah, and well, so many men trying to get in these relay squads and individual selections for men's 400 metres. So you want Ben Higgins not to go too fast, of course, unless, you know, you're really cheering each other on. But Higgins making that team, of course, for the World Indoors 4x4. So it's an exciting time with a bunch of you setting personal bests in the men's 400.
Oh, absolutely. It's a great time to be a 400-metre runner, especially with the adversity we faced in the last few years. Matthew Hudson-Smith being injured and Martin Rooney retiring has left a big gap open for a new generation of 400-metre athletes to find their feet, and I think we're absolutely doing that. Ewan Thomas was quoted saying that he thinks that the British record will go soon. I absolutely agree with that. I think this is a cycle where you're going to see a new cohort of British bests, world medals, and so keep track of us.
Yeah, absolutely. And so many names that you could mention. I mean, looking ahead to the outdoor season, what do you have in mind?
Well, really, it's just about soaking up experience. Now we're in the beginning of a new Olympic cycle, and 2022, thanks to COVID. COVID has been a horrible ordeal for the country and for the world. But now that we're out of that, we have a cohort of great athletes who are happy and hungry, and we have a lot of competitions this year as well, which we can all get our teeth stuck into.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're back to back on one another, so plenty of chance for the selection to be shared. But a number of athletes have said that they want to try and go to all 3 championships. Why not? Which I thought, well, you wonder whether there's an issue about burnout there, just to be aware of, or not really.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of those where it's high risk, high reward, and you've got to think smart. But if you're up for it, and as long as you stay mentally up for the challenge of competing in 3 championships, it's completely doable. You see a lot of, especially over in the stateside, you see a lot of athletes who will compete all year round and compete to an extremely high standard, and that's due to smart coaching, taking recovery very seriously, and taking their mental health seriously as well, because it's a mental strain going to these championships. Often you can exhaust yourself mentally even though your body's fine, so you've got to be aware of both.
Yeah, and someone who's done a lot of work on mental health is Joe Fuggle, who I know was watching and is listening into you. He's asked you a question, actually. Alex, what are the after parties like after major events? You don't have to go into all the details. You can give a flavour.
Oh man, the after parties, yeah, everyone's super sensible. Just apple juice and then everyone's in bed by 9, if you're wondering. That's all I'm allowed to say.
Brilliant stuff, we'll take that. Yes, so plenty more to come. Just have a quick look at the timetable, because the 200-metre finals will come up fairly soon. Well, actually, in an hour's time, there'll be plenty before that. Women's 5,000 metres, some wheelchair action as well. So just give me an idea of what it's like to be part of this Loughborough team, because I know that to some extent they'll want you to score as many points as possible. So it's not only here to kind of, you know, fun and rep your uni. There is, with Loughborough, I think, an expectation that you will win some medals. Yeah,
most definitely. As with anything, I think when you get into a point where you're a high-performing athlete, you see it as a job to do, as well as a thing that you're very good at and you have as a hobby to perform for your uni or for your country. So we take that very seriously, but it's also freedom to be able to mix it up. They allowed me to do the 100 metres and I didn't medal, but I didn't feel any form of pressure or disappointment from my club, only within myself to try and do better for next time.
Talking of the 100 metres, I know it was great to actually see that I think Tom Young and Emmanuel Imbo-Coca, the para-athletes, were named in the Loughborough relay squad as well. I know they were really delighted to be included. And talking of including the para-athletes, we've also got the wheelchair racers here. So it's the same that were part of the 100 metres in due of Warwick Nathan Blackie of Solent and Zander van der Poel of Lupreso. He, of course, wears the African violet and is on the outside there in lane 5. It was very, very close between Blackie and van der Poel in the 100 metres early on here in Chelmsford. Chelmsford, maybe a new venue for you. Have you competed here before?
I've never competed here before. I must say I didn't know there was a track here either. But it's been a great atmosphere, and really all you need is a good track and some great turnout of spectators, fans, athletes, and you can make a good meet anywhere.
Yeah, obviously the home of Chelmsford City Football Club. That's one reason why we got a, let's say, 2 stands, plenty of room for spectators. So coming through with 1 lap to go.
Looking tight there. These athletes are extremely well controlled. All these minute adjustments that need to be made to control their wheelchairs when they're going at speed. Really impressive to watch.
Yeah, especially the consistency on cornering as well, coming round the bend when you're in a battle, and just when you choose your timing of when to push can be so critical. And we might just see that here between van der Poel and Blackie, these two at the front.
See some great honest racing at the front, and just in the African violet, using the slipstream, try and come round the bend and slingshot.
Yeah, so it's actually Zinju. So passing is van der Poel once again going round the outside. So the intelligence to stay in the lead on the inside, but van der Poel had enough to come round.
Some incredible racing there.
Yeah, 196 showing on the trackside clock.
It's close enough to my 800 PB.
Well, there you go. I mean, have you ever been involved in something like a league match where you've been asked to do all sorts, or is it more coming through as a youngster that you've, you know, had a number of goes at things?
I think I maybe one of the odd ones who asked to do a number of things.
Right.
Last week even, I asked my coach to do an 800 and was quite surprised to hear yes, and had fun over that event. Have a lot of discussions with 800 runners, us 4 athletes. When you ask the question, what's the hardest event, the 800, the 400, the 4 hurdles always come into contention, and we have a lot of arguments about that. So I thought I'll step up, I'll give it a try, and then I can make an educated response next time. But obviously running 159 is very different from running 145, so that's probably something I won't get to experience. So I'm maybe not quite educated enough to make that assessment.
Fair enough. Question for you from James Williams, your GB colleague. How do you feel having to wake up early after a major champs? Is it difficult to wake up sometimes?
Yeah, sometimes the playing times are pretty unforgiving, especially when you've had a lot of apple juice the night before. So yeah, waking up early is a skill that I will hopefully master in the next few years.
Brilliant stuff. Okay, so just looking along the timetable, so it's 1:30. The women's high jump final is about to get underway, I believe. And then also the next action on the track will be the Ambulant men's 400 metres.
What do I love about working at BT? There's loads of things, I can't pick 3. People think finance is less exciting than it is because they think it's all about the numbers, but actually finance is about partnering and understanding the business and using the numbers to drive value and insight.
You could be in an audit type function, you could be in management accounting, you could be in bid work. There's a load of different things that you could do as part of finance within BT.
It is a great measure of the business, it never lies.
BT actually sponsored me to do my exams to become a chartered management accountant. Qualification I can take anywhere, but I love the fact that BT have allowed me to do that here and I can work all the time when I'm doing it.
It can be quite cyclical in terms of when workload comes, so there's a real drive around month end, around quarter and year end. Those can be busy times, that's true, but it means that outside of those times, sometimes we take opportunities to just step back and relax a little bit, and BT is really flexible around that.
I really like maths and I really like spreadsheets, which sounds really nerdy, but I just love it.
So over we go to the Ambulant men's 400 metres now. So of course we had the 200 and the 100, which were both won by Thomas Young and Emmanuel Imbo Coca following him for Loughborough. So they've had plenty of ambulance success, and then Van der Poel goes and wins the wheelchair action. So here we have Prince Reid of East Anglia though, and John Bridge, who's been third for Cardiff Met in both the 1 and 2. So maybe this is his time to be on the top step. Of course, these events calculated on rather point scores afterwards, but this is a fairly close race in fact, and you just wonder whether Prince Reid has anything to respond down the home straights. They're emerging from behind the roof, and almost as if by magic, Bridge extends his lead, and he comes through first across the line in 50.68. It's a second or so ahead of Prince Reid of East Anglia. Okay, so women's high jump final getting underway. We are waiting for the scoreboard to come out to tell us what height the bar's at, but I think we're just in the very early stages. We earlier saw that Tommy Adamawagan of Nottingham Trent won gold in the men's high jump final. Here is, though, our medal ceremony in the women's long jump. Becky Chapman of Cardiff Met and Jado Dowd of Hallam. So, one specialist long jumper and 2 heptathletes on this podium. Jodie Smith improved by 1 centimetre on her lifetime best. It was 6:37 that she jumped indoors, equalling the championship best performance there. And here 6:38, and yeah, for someone who is a heptathlete, that's a really big score, and someone who's also an excellent high jumper and has medalled at British senior level in 2020. She was also in the sprint hurdles. So that long stare at the bar in front of the clubhouse here in Chelmsford. And again, making it over at this early height. So yes, I was saying about the men's competition, if you missed it earlier, it was Adamawagan who cleared at 2:12 after everyone went out at 2:09. I say everyone, it was the other athletes, Owen Southern, Cardiff Met, and Rory Dwyer of Coventry, and Tom Quisser of Leeds Beckett. And Adamawagan had passed at that height which everyone went out at, and he was left smiling so long, of course, as he could clear 2:12, because that would have been a shame otherwise. So live coverage here as we head towards the conclusion, but not until lots of medals have been decided. We're looking at Bethany Harriman, who was also in the long jump just a few moments ago, and she also makes it over. So we'll see more medal ceremonies to come also in a few minutes' time. BT, the new partner of BUCS, and delighted to have them with us. So if you're looking at new opportunities and next steps after graduation, have a look in the link in the live stream description. BT also giving away 6 months of free BT Sports, so you can enter that draw by having a look at the live stream description link as well. So just a couple of athletes, just a few in this early stage. Bethany Woodhead and Emily Race, the two Sheffield competitors. Bethany Harriman, as we've seen. This is Holly Smith of Northumbria.
2 races over 5,000 metres.
Well, an extraordinary story this morning. And I say this as we're about to go into the women's 5,000 final. The winner of the men's 5,000 metre B final won the gold because, and it was Zakaria Mohammed in 14:15, his time was quicker than everyone in the A final which followed. So 14:18 was the time for Luke Duffy. As we see Bethany Woodhead, hopefully we'll get that scoreboard out. It was there for the men's high jump. And can't see it at the moment for women's. This is the women's 5,000 metre B final that will kick us off in just a moment's time. So another good clearance there early on. Dan Howells, a few moments ago, confirmed as the BUCS gold medalist over 800 metres. Zaman Brown and Kumi taking the other medals. So the whistle goes ahead of this women's 5,000 metre B final.
So lining up on the inside was Naomi Kingston, Sheffield, then Brighton's
Let's take a look at this lineup. Naomi Kingston of Sheffield, Daria Notkova-Hanley of Brighton, Gloucestershire's Rachel C, Liverpool's Jade Morgan, Grace Malloy of Oxford, Dominique Carradi of Leeds, Millie Porter of Exeter, Fiona Corrick of Liverpool, Anglia Ruskin, Sophie Cowper, Sophia Harrison of Swansea, Phoebe Hayashi of Bath, and Kate Esley of St Mary's, and then Durham's Kitty Shepherd-Cross. So the 5,000s for the men were the first action of the day, and the women have had to wait until this point to get underway. So for some, it might actually be the latest competition of all that gets underway. And we are hoping to see the likes of Amelia Quirk of GB senior representation in the A final. We might see a time of around 16.5 minutes, maybe 17, here in this B final.
And thank you very much to Nicky Wright, who is the athletics manager at the stadium.
Kate Esley there, Phoebe Hayashi and Kitty Shepherd-Cross. Bath St Mary's Durham, respectively, with the leading trio as they went through the line for the first time. to 9. Lead through to 5. Beat 14.5. So, St Mary's, who lead very nicely. From PB Hayashi at Bath, and then the Tulsa Great Grace Line, the Oxford in the dark blue. Those three now getting away. Leads student in 4th place. In the women's pole vault competition, this is about, I think I saw 3:35. We are obviously going to keep a watchful eye on that competition because we have the Olympic Games bronze medalist Holly Bradshaw down there. 6:34.7 said a gentle voice in my ear for the 2nd kilometre.
We could have the following athletes across to the presentation shortly, please. Emmanuel Agaye, Alice Bishop, and Ben Higgins, please.
So, early stages of the women's high jump. The pole vault is just getting underway, and the bar is at 350, so we'll keep a watchful eye on it, especially as they move up towards those higher heights. So all results can be found on the Roster Athletics app, and you can also find the schedule by doing a Google search for BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships, and you'll find the timetable there, and you'll see what's coming up. So, this is the women's 5,000 metre B final. They are around the halfway point. So let's have a look as they come through then. We've got Kate Estley of St Mary's and Oxford's Grace Malloy, with Phoebe Hayashi of Bath in the top three. Dominic Karadi of Leeds is then in fourth place. So if you just joined us, we've seen some thrilling finals that have happened already. We didn't expect Jamie Webb to be run out of the medals in the men's 800 metres, and that's what happens. Sometimes can't predict, particularly in 800 race. And with 100 to go, a pack of heavy breathing individuals with pace to burn, and sometimes it's a result different from what you expected. Sometimes there's someone behind you who kicks for home and runs past. So they're going to come through with 2K and 5 laps to go. And going into the lead now is Grace Malloy. 9:58.91 at 3K. So Estley of St Mary's, Hayashi of Bath, so results on the Roster Athletics app, and of course we continue with the action all the way through until 4:15.
Sophia Harrison there, the Swansea athlete going through.
Presentation this time for our men's 400 metres, and our bronze medalist from Brunel University in 47.63, Emmanuel Agaye. A silver medalist from Nottingham Trent in 47.24, Ellis Cartwright. Now gold medalist from Loughborough University in 46.57 and BUCS champion for 2022, Ben Higgins. A huge thank you to Jill Freeman, our track referee, for making that presentation.
Leader coming up to 4K. 3:21.
3:21 for our leader, Grace Malloy, through the 4 kilometre mark. So has a look over her shoulder. You can see 3:50 still in the pole vault. We'll soon bring you up to date with that. We're up to second attempts. Women's high jump also in its early stages now.
With 2 laps to go.
2 laps to go for Malloy, the Oxford student. And there is the length of the home straight between her and Esley of St Mary's. Also wonderful action a little earlier with Ben Higgins winning the 400 metre tile in 46:57 even. Isabel Boffey taking yet another BUCS gold medal. She has a big collection now. Ben Higgins just starting to win these kind of titles. Northern Indoors, British Indoors. He's certainly rising through the ranks, and many delighted for him, including Alex Haydock-Wilson, who joined us in the commentary box. So lots of you brightening up a bank holiday Monday with the BUCS Championships. Big athletics fans, athletes, parents, club mates, all joining in. It's a great 2:12 high jump gold medal for Tony Anna Mwagan of Nottingham Trent. So this is the women's 5,000 metre B final. This is Grace Malloy of Oxford. 1 lap to go.
400 metres for our leader.
So she pushes on. 15:31
Second place
on the clock. Esley hits the bell now. 15:47.
And third place, Phoebe Hayashi, into our last lap.
And our third placed athlete, Hayashi of Bath, is 200 metres behind. We have still got Dominique Corradi in 4th place. So she's around 35 seconds behind our leader. Just to give you an eye on times. Fiona Corrick of Liverpool in 5th. Naomi Kingston in 6th. Sophie Cowper in 7th. Daria Notkova-Hanley behind her. But Grace Malloy in 1st comes through to win in 16:54.78. So, if you like, that's the kind of marker that comes down for those in the A final, and that's actually a little bit quicker than we were expecting, maybe. Or actually, I did say mid-16/17. I gave myself a large window to get into. Esley and then Hayashi finishing as well. 16:54.78. This is going to be Corradi of Leeds next to come home. And that she does. So real field spread. Some athletes now entering their last laps. Exeter's Millie Porter is one of those. Good battle on here. Fiona Corrick of Liverpool just beating Naomi Kingston of Sheffield. And then Sophie Cowper of Anglia Ruskin, and Daria Notkova-Hanley of Brighton. And yet another purple vest, adding to Manchester, Leeds, Beckett, Loughborough and Durham. We don't see any purple football teams. Really? Maybe Real Valladolid in Spain? Struggling to think of many purple football kits in the UK. Barnet Football Club's away shirt from time to time. Sophia Harrison of Swansea finishes, as does Kitty Shepherd-Cross of Durham. So Exeter's Millie Porter, she's coming down the home straight now, she gets the applause. Great sportsmanship from all the athletes. So the A final getting underway at 2:05, so coming up very shortly. So it's the BUCS and BT Outdoor Athletics Championships. Actually behind me from where I'm commentating from, which is where the camera position is, there's actually a gym behind us. So some people are on treadmills and they're watching the BUCS and BT Outdoor Athletics Championships right in front of them. Not dissimilar to Sheffield at the indoors where you have the treadmills overlooking the track. I think it's designed that way deliberately. Bars up at 360 then, second attempts. So let's see if I can fidget with 100 bits of paper to find the start list for the pole vault. Yes, I can. No fidgeting required. Sarah Barber then, she brings the bar down at this new height of 360. So she'll have one more go, presumably. The sun's coming out here in Chelmsford. So we'll check in with the pole vault again. We were just getting our cameraman to move over to the pole vault. So we're ready to show some. And we've got Sophie Ashurst of Loughborough. Holly Bradshaw, though, British record holder. Molly Caudry as well, wow. Felicia Miloro makes it 4 Loughborough athletes. Sarah Barber, we saw Ellie McCartney and Emily Scrivener of Birmingham. What about this, though, the 5,000 metre A final? Let's give everyone a mention. We have got so many Birmingham athletes, I can barely count. Saskia Millard, Alicia Tate, Charlotte Alexander and Kate O'Neill. Loughborough rivalling that with Grace Carson, Harriet Blore and Abby Donnelly. And Leeds' Jemima Elgood. Cambridge's Nancy Scott, Alice Garner of Oxford. St Mary's Becky Briggs, of course, smashing the Commonwealth Games marathon trials in Manchester recently. Really hitting the headlines there. Johnny Mellor did the same for the men. Julie Emerson of Bath and Imogen Wood of Cardiff. So Grace Carson, our early leader. Her taller colleague is Abby Donnelly there with the brown hair. Abby Donnelly, the BUCS 10,000 metres champion in 2019. That event held in Loughborough earlier this month in conjunction with the Loughborough Open. And it was won, this year by Kirsty Walker. Kate Esley of St Mary's, actually, who we just saw in the B final, finishing third. She finished second in the 10,000 metres. So the bar's still at 360 in the women's pole vault. I wonder what height that Holly Bradshaw will enter at. We shall wait and see. So we are waiting for the attempt of Emily Scrivener of Birmingham then. Second attempt at 3 metres 60. Our 5,000 metre athletes come through for the second time. 2 minutes into this race. Next time around there'll be 1k down. So Saskia Millard near the front as well. Millard, who won the BUCS indoor 3,000 metre title in a new lifetime best of 9:17. 16:02 at best. Represented the GB junior team at the European under-20s over 3,000 in 2019, where she was 5th in Borås in Sweden. So, as we thought, a really good battle between the Loughborough team and Birmingham quartet. Abby Donnelly was actually second behind Saskia Millard. Indoors, 3,000 of course the longest that we have at those BUCS Indoor Championships in Sheffield in February. Donnelly's finished 9th and 6th outdoors in the past. I'm sure she's very capable of going much better than that here. Her 5,000 metre PB came from Milton Keynes, the MK 5,000 PB Special it's called, 15:42.
Carlos Alexander up there in that leading group of 4 or 5 at the front. As was Jemima Elgood, the lead student. So into the second kilometre we go.
So still those two Loughborough athletes, Carson and Donnelly, and then Millard on their outside. We have got a leading group of around 9 athletes, I think that is. As we see the clearance in the pole vault. So Sarah Barber Glasgow over third attempt 360. So we'll wait and see if anyone else has a third attempt at that height, or if we're going up to a new height. Might be a while before we see Holly Bradshaw. So these athletes being cheered on as they come through once again with 9 laps to go. Donnelly just taking the lead. We've got Jemima Elgood now in third place in the green of Leeds. And then 1-2-11. So that's Alice Garner of Oxford also at the sharp end of this race. So Oxford also having a decent championships.
Oh, good for Clyde, most definitely getting away from the rest of the field.
This group of 5 getting clearer all the time. When they come through in 400 metres time, we'll get an idea of the pace after 2k. Brett Rushman says, let's go BUAC. So Emily Scrivener here, third attempt. She brings the bar down. So this is right over on the far side of the stadium, just behind the roof in the far corner. I'm down by the start-finish line, so visibility a little hard to see at times.
Charlotte Alexander in that group of 5.
So we've got the one camera on the track and the one camera on the field. And we'll bring you pole vault when we can. We have Carson from Donnelly and Millard, and then Elgood also in this group. And as we said, it's Alice Garner of Oxford in the Navy.
6:26.5 at the 2 kilometre mark.
6:26.5 at the 2 kilometre mark.
Abby Donnelly continues to lead from Grace Carson.
So around 15 minutes pace, and a decent one being set by this quintet. Millard hasn't got any of her teammates for company as she might have hoped. You've got those two Loughborough athletes and then one for Leeds, and then the Oxford student Garner. So the bar going up to 370 in the women's pole vault A final. We saw it was Hall of Brunel and O'Connor of Birmingham earlier in the B final, and they both achieved 350, so we can be sure that, as we expected, the higher heights coming in the A final, of course. And don't forget the time in the women's 5,000 metre A final, 16:54.78, and of course on for a much faster pace here as well.
It's now Grace Carson who leads. Charlotte Alexander at the back of that quintet.
Well, interestingly, I can't see Saskia Millard in this race, and she was at the front. It's Charlotte Alexander who's in the top 5.
The young athlete who set a European under-23 record at the Manchester Marathon, qualifying for the European.
So this is our camera on the track, and we've got a field camera on the pole vault. So this is an exciting final, heading into the last couple of Ks. Donnelly from Carson. And then Elgood of Leeds.
So we now have a leading trio.
So many events happening at one time. 370s we can see going up to in the pole vault now.
Give you the 3 kilometre mark.
So 9:41.21.
9:41.2 at the 3 kilometre mark.
Alexander and Garner beginning to fall off the back of this pace. And it might just be that we're set for another double podium for Loughborough. Of course, they got all 3 medals in the women's javelin. And Jemima Elgood is the lead student also in this group.
Alexander working hard to get back to them down that back straight. We may have a leading quartet as they go into the top end.
Charlotte Alexander is battling to try and stay in contention. Elgood of Leeds now towards the front. And Donnelly, Carson and Charlotte Alexander.
So our leader's coming up with 4 laps to go. And the lead changes hands yet again.
So 10:59, 4 laps to go now.
It's Jemima Elgood who leads from Abby Donnelly.
So inside the last mile.
Champion from Grace Carson. Grace Carson, the Northern Ireland and Ulster bronze medalist last year, and a former BUCS indoor 3,000 metre bronze medalist.
So as we said, Abby Donnelly, 15:42.65 at best, the 2019 BUCS 10,000 metre champion. She was second behind Saskia Millard indoors over 3,000, setting her 5k PB. In Milton Keynes last year, previously 9th and 6th outdoors in this event. Grace Carson, 16:13.90 at best. BUCS indoor 3,000 metres, bronze medalist in 2020. This is her first track competition of the year. She improved her 5k PB by 20 seconds when she won the Northern Irish bronze medal, with that time 16:13 I just mentioned. But leading them both is Jemima Elgood. but for how long? So often you see the athlete that's patient, sat in behind, is able to break in the last couple of laps, chooses their moment wisely. Jemima Elgood, the Ilkley Harriers athlete, recently improved to 17 minutes, 0.01 in Leicester. She was fourth at the University of Leicester running an athletics open meeting. And, well, that, I think, was her 5K track debut. In fact, 5,000 metres track debut, I should say. 16:46 she's managed over 5K. That was set in Barrowford last summer at the Podium 5K event. But generally, she's an athlete who hasn't done that much track, really. Only one other track race, 3,000 metres in Leeds in 2019. And also in Stretford. Really for a long time. Yeah, lots of cross country under her belt. So the athlete coached by Andrew Henderson, one of GB's top coaches, the coach of the likes of Alex Bell and Phil Sessman at the top level. And she's in second place here. Abby Donnelly now in front with 2 to go from Elgood and then from Carson. And barring a collapse, these surely are our medalists. It would take us some tiring in the last 800 to change that, you would have thought. So you're watching live coverage of the BUCS and Beat D Outdoor Athletics Championships.
Looks like a very decisive move by Abby Donnelly.
So Donnelly extending her gap all the time. So Barr at 380 now in the pole vault. There we go. So over at the first time of asking is Sophie Ashurst at 380. There she is, Sophie Ashurst of Loughborough. So track camera on the 5,000 and field camera on the pole vault. Let's go back to the track and see Abby Donnelly through her last lap. 14:44 at this bell. That compares to 15:31 for Malloy in the B final, just to give you an idea. Carson now has moved just into second place. That's still yet to be decided. Alexander across the line now, 15:02, 1 lap to go. So these four are top four, certainly top four overall. I think you can say the same for the 5th place athlete Garner, who went with the early pace. Represents Oxford. So here comes Abby Donnelly. Hoping to add 5,000 metres here to the 10K title won in 2019. Of course, the last BUCS outdoor season that we had. So good that it's back now. Abby Donnelly of Loughborough. Might just see second place flash across your screen, but that is an idea of the gap. A strong finish to take gold for Loughborough in the women's 5,000 metres in 15:54:12. So exactly a minute ahead of the B final. Elgood, nice strong finish from her to beat Grace Carson, who makes it a Loughborough double podium with a bronze. Alexander of Birmingham is going to take 4th. And then Garner will come home in 5th place for Oxford now. And she just manages to hold off Harriet Blore of Loughborough, someone who took 12 seconds off her PB after the Battersea comeback 5K. More finishers coming in now. So all being roared home. The next Birmingham athlete is Alicia Tate, and Imogen Wood follows her. Nancy Scott of Cambridge. So still athletes to come in, bar at 390 in the women's pole vault. And we are just going into the first round of the men's long jump as well, I can tell you. Hoping to get a scoreboard out for the women's high jump so we know where the bar's at. And that concludes the women 5,000 final. So straight over to the pole vault, and Ashurst 390 unable to make it this time. Okay, so much action. Alex Haydock-Wilson has rejoined us. Just tell us, what's the atmosphere like within the Loughborough camp at the moment?
Oh, it's electric. It is electric. Here we are on the last day. We've seen some great finals, a lot of top 3 finishes, a lot of 1-2s as well, and I think everyone is looking for an explosive conclusion to the great 3-day champs that we've had so far.
Certainly hope so. We've got Ellen McCartney at 390 in the pole vault, so she's just waiting to go. In the meantime, in the high jump, Anna Macaulay of Sheffield Hallam is waiting here. So Macaulay unable to go clear, hoping to find out what height the bar's at in the high jump. We know it's at 390. And this is Ellen McCartney, the Irish international, soon to go here.
It's great the level of international representation you get at these meets. People coming from Ireland, people coming from all over the world to compete here in Chelmsford, of all places.
Yeah, Sudan and Somalia, of course. We mentioned Sadan Kumi earlier, who's been to the Olympics, represents Sudan. Here comes Ellen McCartney, though. She does clear at 390 then with her first attempt. I suspect this pole vault competition may continue for some time. We wait and see when Holly Bradshaw enters and when the medals will be decided. It's sometimes a strange one with the pole vault where someone might enter at a much higher height.
Bit like a party, people come in at different times when they feel suit.
Fashionably late. Well, when do you enter the party?
When do I enter the party? I'm normally fashionably late as well.
Right,
you can see my block starts, they're not the best.
Right. Well, you were setting yourself up for that question. So Anna Macaulay of Sheffield Hallam, she goes straight away again, so that might suggest that either athletes have all cleared at this height or there aren't too many currently in it at this point. Macaulay of Sheffield Hallam then, here she goes approaching this bar, and hopefully there's time on the clock left for her. Well, I can certainly see a clock on the other side. Meanwhile, we see in the pole vault on the other side, quickly switching between again, Sophie Ashurst, her attempt at 390 this time. So Macaulay once again, unfortunately able to make it over. It is difficult once you've already kind of feigned to go to reset yourself and refocus. It's a little bit like a false start in a track race.
Oh no, it's so similar. You can't feign the level of composure that's required when you step up to that plate, especially when you're off the back of a failure, whether it's a stumble in your stride pattern. You have to keep confidence in your process. You've done this in training, switch off your brain, let's go again, let's do it.
So that's Macaulay shaking hands with the official. So she's out of the high jump competition then. Leads Beckett Vest, also unable to go clear. So it would suggest we're at third attempts. That's Lily Church.
This height seems to be a stumbling block for a lot of people. And we were talking earlier about watching the people who have gone before you and riding that energy. It can be the same for the opposite.
So as we switch over then to the pole vaults, second attempt 390 for Ashurst. So we saw her fail at the first attempt and same result this time, so she'll have one more go. Talking of energy, sometimes actually the pressure of the third attempt, the clutch jump so-called, some athletes are really good at it, bringing everything together when there's only one chance to stay in. We've got the Oxford student there in the high jump, just unable to go clear either. So bar still at 390 and being reset in the pole vault. Now, a 200-metre final coming up on the track. So here is the lineup then. So obviously we've had the semi-finals that happened earlier on today, so they've set this up. Hannah Breyer is someone who, perhaps she'd say that the 100 metres is her better of the two sprints, but still an incredibly quick athlete who has actually posted some good times recently. Becky Jego, she's kind of in the home stadium really as the Essex athlete. But lots to contend with here. Abici, Bennett, Booker, Jego, Breyer, Harrison, Matheson and Turner. So some good Scottish representation. If you're watching for the 100 final, some thrilling stuff, because we saw an overtake just in the last 10 metres. It was the Bath student Aaliyah Sibbons who came through on Alison Bell.
You'll definitely see something similar here, with the middle 3 lanes being occupied by girls who are all within the same 10th, I believe, or 2/10 of a PB.
So Abici, Bennett, Booker, Jego, Breyer, Harrison, Matheson and Turner. So we just get the clearance in.
Oh, Hannah Breyer using her 100-metre expertise and getting out extremely hard here, as we saw her do in the British Indoor Championships. Can she hold that lead?
Yeah, Breyer still in front for the time being.
Becca Jego coming back as well, and as we see, Hannah Breyer has definitely done what she does best, which is performing at these championships.
So 23.73 on the clock, and Bright was Rasheen Harrison, I think, for Aberdeen in the Navy, that was finishing quickly there on or outside. But we always knew that Hannah Breyer would get a quick start, and you wondered who would finish quickly. In the end, yes, Harrison did that, but Breyer still held on. 23.73 on that clock.
Not far off her PB there as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and she's trying to get back to some of those best times. 23.62, I believe, her PB. Obviously a former World Youth and World Junior finalist, so Ash is trying to stay in the competition. She's out at 3.90, unfortunately, for Loughborough. We just tried to get in the second attempt before that race. I mentioned it as a clearance, but I was in such panic and I didn't want to miss the start of the 200. It was a second attempt failure, and now a third attempt failure. Straight over back to the high jump we go, and this, I think, is at 1:08.1. So that's Emily Madden Foreman of Manchester Met, one of their big medal hopes, and she manages to go clear.
Blink and you miss it today.
Yeah.
The action's coming hard and fast. Just looking back at that 200 race, it was just as exciting as we expected, and it's great to see those women competing at this kind of international class level with smiles on their faces as they cross the finish line.
Yeah, so we've had our eyes on the pole vault for a little while. I wonder whether any more third attempts at 3.90. Certainly that bar has just been put back up, and the number's still saying Sophie Ashert's number, although we do have the athlete on the runway, which is Felicia Miloro of Loughborough. So there are plenty of events in which Loughborough have 4 athletes, and that's why they scored so many points, really, I think.
No, absolutely, and it attracts more talent as you go along, because you want to train with the best. If you are looking to be the best, you want to get in amongst the best, and there's no better atmosphere.
There you go, it's like a recruitment opportunity for you, isn't it? So Miloro goes clear at 3.90, so she just stays in the competition. So great stuff. Over we go back to the high jump. One of the Sheffield athletes, just brings the bar down. She was almost watching along with us to see whether it would stay up.
She should take great confidence in that, because that was a very close call.
So over we go to the men's 200-metre final.
This final is looking incredibly stacked, with a lot of people moving up, a lot of people moving down. We have a European under-20 champion, first one from GB in 10 years, I believe, and we have an Olympian stepping down from the 400 meters. We also have Jeremiah Azu, the under-23 European champion, stepping up from the 100. This is an incredibly world-class field, I think you can say.
Yeah, and it makes it a hard one to call as well, as you said. And plenty of opportunity to try out over maybe the longer sprint or a shorter distance here. But really excited for this race. Some athletes that maybe were outside contenders to make the final, but Evan Blackman, an example of that, he won his heat, performed really well in his semi-final, as Ellen McCartney brings the bar down there. But yeah, the full lineup: Bailey Swift of Loughborough, Marvin Addison, he just made it through because it was really tough qualification. Only the winner through from the semi-final. That made it really difficult, didn't it?
It really does when you're going for time, especially when the winds change as well, so you might get quicker heats than others. You really just have to be in contention for winning the semi-final as if it's the final. But anything can happen once you're through to that final, so even if you just squeeze in, a chance at a medal is still there, and I'm sure they're all aware of that, all taking it seriously no matter what event they've come from.
So Swift, Addison, Joe Breyer this time, Kinloch, Blackman, Kelly, Azu and Kalala. The final of the men's 200 metres here on the far side. So away we go, and watch out, good start there from Breyer now, and on his outside, Azu.
They'll be looking to slingshot off this bend, and Jeremiah Azu is using his 100-metre speed, but Joe Breyer is absolutely up there as well. But Jeremiah Azu coming through strong. And I think that's Jason Kalala, the junior, who comes and clinches that bronze medal. That's what we're talking about when we say anything can happen in these championships. It's all a mental game, and it's about how much you back yourself to take that medal. Well done to Jeremiah Azu, stepping up from the 100 and doing incredibly.
Wow, so real fantastic success in a matter of moments for Cardiff Met, particularly when you consider that Azu and Breyer both on the podium there, yeah, and following his sister Hannah, of course. They also had finalists in the women's 100 over to the pole vault bar at 4 metres now, as we see one of the Loughborough athletes attempting to go clear. That's athlete 480, which is well, showing as Ellie McCartney, so that is clearly wrong. They just haven't changed the numbers there. I think that might be Felicia Miloro.
Yep, it's been a good day for Wales. They've really come out and shown what they can do, and come and being competitive after a long journey here.
Absolutely. What about the Scottish athletes as well, their long journey?
I think that can really do something for your psyche when you have to get out of your comfort zone, come to a new place and really be like, all right, I'll bring it to the locals.
Down on the pole vault, Sophie Ashes has just cleared 380.
So we know that the pole vault bar is at 4 metres and we're up to second attempts. We have now got a scoreboard out for the high jump. Can't quite see what height the bar is at. So we'll get an update on that. So we haven't seen any long jump yet, and that final is now underway. So we'll focus on that for a few minutes. There's Jake Berkey, who did really well indoors in the long jump. And don't forget, the men's javelin final also has just got underway. So keeping across these 4 field events at the same time. There's nothing on English schools because you have, you know, like 20 field events and some of them in different locations.
And it just shows how it's really hard to run an event like this, where you've got so many universities, so many competitors. So definitely a big shout out to the officials who are doing an amazing job.
Absolutely, yeah. Particularly in the field as well. And, you know, you wondered whether all the officials would return after the pandemic, and certainly plenty have. Maybe some haven't, and that's why it's always good if we can have people who can put their hand up to join in that party, basically. Always looking out for more officials, certainly. Okay, so I'll run you through who's in the long jump. Strathclyde's Alessandra Shanini, one of those with GB junior representation. Samuel Kigali of Birmingham. Dylan Ryan of Brunel. Ben Sutton of Bath. Murray Fotheringham, Strathclyde. Dominic Ogbechi, someone who's an outstanding high jumper and long jumper. So, you know, reasonably unusual combination. And for someone who isn't like an out-and-out decathlete. Tomi Ogunyoyi of Trent, Ben Fisher, Loughborough, Harvey Darragh of Liverpool, John Moores, Che Richards, Cardiff, Josh Woods, Birmingham, Mitchell Lawrence of Swansea. So bar brought down by Miloro, second attempt at 4 metres there.
I think Dominica Beachy doing the long jump is another example of a successful crossover that we've seen a lot of at this championships, and it should be really encouraging to those athletes who feel like they're maybe reaching a point where in their event they're not falling out of love with it a little bit, to try something new, keep it fresh, keep it exciting, never box yourself in.
Yeah, so I mean, Holly Mills is an excellent long jumper, and I think she got to a point where she decided, well, I want to see what else I'm capable of in athletics. And yeah, maybe a surprise to some, she then took on the heptathlon, because it's often the other way around, that you start off with being a multi-eventer and then you choose your best event, so you're not like kind of pigeonholed yourself, but to take on all of those events. And sometimes you can pick up more injuries as well, your body. I mean, you used the word explosive in a different way earlier, but the explosive events that you're doing, you know, like the jumps, for example, it really puts a lot of strain on your body, but all credit to those who choose to persist with multi-events.
No, it's really a tough ask and a lot of time commitment as well. You can't physically train for all 7 at the same level at the same time, so often you have to prioritize those events that you feel you're stronger at, or look to gain points in the events that you're not so strong at. So there's a big tactical part of that event as well, and Holly Mills did incredibly at World Indoor Championships as well, so that just shows that a brave commitment, a brave change in plan can really pay off.
Yeah, absolutely it can. So we saw obviously the 400 finals earlier. We saw Ben Higgins get on the top step of the podium, get his gold medal, and yeah, a great sight to see really. And it's an occasion where the atmosphere is pretty good, because your club mates and your friends in quite wide numbers able to watch you. I think it's one of the best atmosphere events. I mean, sometimes you'll see crowds that aren't cheering in this way right up against the track.
Absolutely, there's nothing like having just your friends and family and people who have been there, part of your process, seeing you compete and achieve great things. Sometimes you go to those international level events and you think, oh, this is amazing, but you don't really have any friends or family in the stands. It can feel quite lonely. So coming to these events for any athlete at whatever level, getting that support system around you can be such an uplifting thing. And I've known national competitions that have felt just as big as international competitions, just due to the people who are around to appreciate it.
Yeah, I remember speaking to Keely Hodgkinson at the Diamond League, and she was saying that, you know, she'd had this rise over the last couple of years, but it had been without crowds. So all the biggest events she'd done had been like supporterless, and it's the same for someone like Femke Bol, you know, getting right to the top level, but actually in the absence of what you normally would be as standard. So that's a really unusual thing, really.
It is really unusual, and really it's great you're able to motivate yourself to get to the top level, but without a crowd it almost feels like a training session. The crowd is what uplifts and makes the sport what it is, so we're so glad to come out of this COVID climate and be able to perform in front of people and inspire the next generation of athletes, hopefully.
You're giving some great speeches here.
Thank you. As we said, the atmosphere here is electric, and that is inspiring some great words. Apparently, I'm hoping so.
So it's the reasonably rarely run women's 2,000 metre steeplechase coming up. This is interesting because as a result of that, the championship record has been broken twice in the last few years. Emily Moyes did it for St Mary's, and then Amy Pratt, as another person who's made GB senior teams, broke it for Manchester in 2019.
The great thing about these sort of mix and match events, these distance shortens or distance lengthens, is a lot of athletes come here to really test their ability when you change the event just slightly. It really requires you to reach a point where you're adaptable. I know for the sprints as well, the 300 and the 150 are very popular when they're put on as races, because it's a real opportunity to test yourself in a field of athletes you may not test yourself in.
Yeah, well, also to get a PB, and just another PB, really.
Exactly that. PBs, records, they all fall down, and then you can claim that for yourself.
Okay, so this is the lineup for the women's 2,000 metre steeplechase. Alex Haydock-Wilson has been joining us in the commentary box. This is Eleanor Carey, St Mary's, Emily McNicholas, Strathclyde, Anna Sharp of Oxford, Maisie Grice of Birmingham, Holly Little, Queen Margaret, Lucy Jones of Birmingham, Katie Balm of Exeter, Amelia Wills of Bath, Holly Page of Edinburgh, Sarah Tate of Stirling, Alex Barber of Loughborough, and Hartprees Morgan Squibb. So Maisie Grice had a fantastic opportunity to represent Great Britain at the European Team Championships at senior level, which she took well. She has a lifetime best of 6:32 over this distance and 10:09 over the 3K. So obviously breaking 10 minutes for 3K steeplechase is the mark of a great athlete, and breaking 9:30, a world-class one at international level. And then it'd be interesting to see the championship record of Amy Pratt is 6:26.14, so it is 6 seconds off what Maisie Grice has run in the past, and of course she won't have had many times that she has done a 2K steeple. Just looking to see who else is near the front. So leg number 11, that's Alexandra Barber. Barber 6:52 at best, so 20 seconds between them only on paper though. Barber was second at the England Under-23 Championships and is a former England Under-20 champion. That was back in 2018, but a lot of athletes haven't maybe got medals since 2018, 2019 just because of the absence of some of the championships that we've had. In the steeplechase, and even if you're new to viewing it, you'll see sometimes the difference in technique, particularly towards the end of the race. It's really visible who's beginning to tire. So it's a real challenge, isn't it? I mean, I don't know if you've come near entering a steeplechase race.
It's next on my list, but definitely an event in which context matters, and it's great that these women are all around the same level, all looking to compete against each other, because we've seen in the recent years, last year at British Champs, seeing Mark Pearce trying to front run and solo run pretty much an Olympic standard and just missing out. It's really tough when you don't have the environment, the field to be able to support you to run fast. So you can really see them feeding off each other, all sort of bobbing and weaving in the crowd until the last couple laps, where you'll start to see people break away and go for that glory.
Yes, so you can also see Sarah Tate in the green of Stirling just behind our lead. So she's a 10 minutes 3K steeple runner, 6:32, 6 at best. So actually Grice and Tate very, very closely matched, just a fraction of a second between them. Sarah Tate is the Scottish champion and Scottish University's title winner in 10.39. They run the 3K there. She set that PB of 10 minutes at the National Athletics League in Sport City, and she said that she was just looking at the clock and hoping that it would be sub 10, but certainly that's a barrier to aim for in the future. And yeah, actually looking at the Scottish all-time list, 6:29 would put her second on that list. Incidentally, Eilish McColgan, who we know went to the Olympics in 2012 as a steeplechaser, is a bit further down that list, and yeah, she's concentrating on the marathon as a kind of her long-term goal, having just set a British 5K record. So you never know where your versatility might lead you, and I say that of these athletes, I say that of you, Alex Haydock-Wilson.
No, it's really great how within the distance world especially, you really see people with no fear when it comes to tackling new challenges and stepping up from 3K to however many K the marathon is, 25 miles, seems something completely ridiculous, but Eilish McColgan's done it very successfully, and these girls here are also showing that you can also go down from 3K to 2K, and it may come as a relief, but it may come as a bit daunting that they can run a little bit braver, so you might get some more bold moves towards the end of the race. And we'll see who it pays off for.
Yeah, so Grice out front in the red of Birmingham, then Stirling in the green, that's Sarah Tate. On her outside, though, for Edinburgh, quite similar vests, you can see there. Holly Page with his slightly darker hair, just to differentiate. So she was 9th at the European Under-20s in 2019 in Sweden. She was 5th at the BUCS Cross Country Championships, the Dartford athlete. Her lifetime best is 6:38.78, but again, she hasn't had as many opportunities to run in recent years. So meanwhile, the bar's at 4:10 in the women's pole vault. This is Ellen McCartney of Brunel's second attempt there. And she goes under, holds on though.
Further infield, we've seen the high jump. Laura Zylor, another athlete who's come through leaps and bounds in the COVID times and cruising over the bar as it gets set again.
Yes, I think just make out might be at 180, but we'll try and get confirmation of that, and we'll focus on the high jump in a moment's time. Obviously, we've also got the long jump to try and keep track of. We are heading into the final lap now for Maisie Grice of Birmingham, rocking from side to side now as supporters bang the advertising hoardings here in Chelmsford. Maisie Grice was the bronze medalist indoors, 5:13.11 at the bell from Sarah Tate. We know how closely these two are matched.
And here are the bold moves we were talking about. Now that they've got 1K less distance to run, they're really starting to stretch out the field and test their speed, I guess, over this distance.
Yeah, and we mentioned it's sometimes easier to tell who's got the most left in their legs. And you know what? Sarah Tate is managing this gap for Sterling. The Scottish champion, Holly Page, is digging in deep in third place.
Yes, you can really tell by the knee action there. You can tell that she's hungry and she's looking for that first position.
But if anything, maybe over the last 50, Maisie Grice has just eked out more of a lead. It's all down to the first, or the last water jump, and Maisie Grice just stuttering a little bit, and she comes through cleanly though. So Maisie Grice, this last barrier, Sarah Tate clear now in second position. Here comes Maisie Grice down the home straight. It's going to be perhaps a lifetime best for her. Yes, just off the championship record of Amy Pratt, 6:27.25. Sarah Tate takes the silver for Sterling, and a breakaway. Eleanor Carey of St Mary's overtaking Lucy Jones of Birmingham in the final stages, and both going past Holly Page on the last lap as well. So it was all changed really for the bronze, with gold and silver kind of settled with 400 to go.
There, as we were saying, with context, it's a really tough one to plan for, especially when it's not something that you do regularly. And we saw a lot of moves that were rewarded with Maisie Grice, and we also saw some moves that may have been slightly mistimed, but I'm sure all of them have gained some great experience going forward into their season.
Yeah, Maisie Grice being described on the chat as the Costa Coffee legend, so presume that's something to do with, I think she works there actually.
That could mean a multitude of things, but I think that's the safest bet.
I mean, that's one tip for getting on early, of course, just grabbing a coffee. So
other coffee brands are available.
Well, I was just about to say that, yes. There we go. So we're looking here at the medal presentation for the women's 5,000 metre final. So Carson, Elgood and Donnelly, another double podium for Loughborough.
6:27.25, just outside Amy Pratt's CVP of 6:26.14. With a very nice personal best for Maisie Grice to go alongside that gold medal, improving on her 6:32.15 from last year.
So Alex Haydock-Wilson off to warm up to the 4x4. He's literally running away from the commentary position. Grice running away from all her problems, says Ollie Johnson. So we're going to concentrate on the last few jumps in the high jump. Hopefully we can get an idea what the bar's at.
Bronze medalist from Sheffield High in 23.97, Eleanor Carey. Silver medalist from Aberdeen University in 23.83,
So we think this bar's at 183. Laura Zialot. Now Holly Bradshaw at 420 this is. So entering the competition. So Laura Zialot of Birmingham who's a great triple jumper as well.
And I believe that in the women's pole, the bar is going up to 4 metres 20. Holly Bradshaw to enter the competition.
So Zilal just waiting for her moment in this high jump.
Attempting 420 and attempting to re-establish the BUCS CVP, which currently stands at 402, set by Tilly Hooper when we were last at the Championships of 2019 at Javelin.
So waiting for Laura Zilal of Birmingham in the high jump here. There's been so much action going on. It's a real challenge to watch all of the events at the same time. So Zilal, we know she has a lifetime best of 191 at the Muller Indoor Grand Prix in Birmingham in February. She was the British indoor champion, of course, with 188. So she's just waiting a while. We think Holly Bradshaw might be first to go, obviously. We're trying to time this one. Here comes Holly Bradshaw then. The Olympic medalist at 4:20.
Please have Javelin number 4 to the presentation area, please.
So now Laura Zilal. So Holly Bradshaw making it over 4:20.
Hang on. Our second presentation with the 200 metres man. Our bronze medalist from Brunel University in 21-26.
So bar now goes up to 4:30 meters. In the pole vault. So no one quite on the runway at this point. Let's see what other action there is around. That's Molly Caudry. We'll go to presentation then. So Joe Breyer, Jason Kalala and Jeremiah Azu, the men's 200 medalist.
Thank you again to Justin for making this presentation.
And so, in a few moments, we come to the final of the women's 100-metre hurdles. I'm representing AECC Bournemouth. We have in lane 1, Kid Slade. In 2, representing Birmingham University, Jasmine Clark.
So to the final of the women's 100-metre hurdles. Kia Slade of AECC, the chiropractic college based in Bournemouth. Jasmine Clark of Birmingham. Marley Jessup of Buckinghamshire New University, who won the BUCS indoor 60-metre title. Anna McCauley of Sheffield Hallam. Jade O'Dowda, the heptathlete who's been part of several events this weekend, as has Jodie Smith. These two seem to be constantly competing against one another. They were both medalists in the long jump. Yasmin Owakwe of Loughborough and Emily Russell of Brunel completes our lineup here. The men's 110 hurdles final will, of course, follow this in around 10 minutes' time. We've got the 1500 metre finals to come as well, and then the relays will get underway following that. All the while, we'll try and keep you across what's happening, particularly in the pole vault as we head towards its conclusion. We are waiting to see what Laura Zila will do in the high jump as well. And then we've got the men's long jump. They've just entered the third round. And I believe the men's javelin is happening as well. So, see what we can do. Roster Athletics app for results. The field event results being written down by the officials and passed in and onto the computer at the end of the event. So Slade, Clark, Jessup, Macaulay, O'Dowda, Smith, Owakwe and Russell with the hurdles in the way. Jessup, though, you can't miss her with those bright orange sleeves, all in red. O'Dowda challenging, Smith challenging. I think Smith takes it from O'Dowda and Jessup. They really are almost neck and neck throughout the competition. After both being on the long jump podium, they're almost holding hands at the finish of the women's 100 hurdles. 13:53 on the clock. So Jessup leading here. Centre picture, O'Dowda racing through.
And the win for Jodie Smith.
But it's confirmed as Jodie Smith the winner. Wow. It was a strong lean from O'Dowda to try and get there. So that's Jodie Smith's third BUCS title of the year. At least, I think. As we see the bar brought down. At 4 metres and 30 by Molly Caudry. Okay, Laura Zila, this is her first attempt at 1m86. So I mentioned that 191's her personal best. She won the British indoor title with 188.
It's time for our wheelchair athletes. Now this is the wheelchair 100. And our bronze medalist, with 98 rows of points, Zafia Mandikol of Loughborough.
So we're heading into the final pole vault attempts and the final high jump attempts. So let's just keep our focus on these while all 4 field events are going on. I know that you want to see all of them, but we're doing our best. So Laura Zila, first attempt 186. Yeah, so she's a 12.96 triple jumper as well, but mostly focusing on the high jump since 2019. And she's over at 186. Fantastic stuff. So how much higher can she go? Over to you, Holly Bradshaw, at 4:30. Bradshaw down this runway, plants the pole up to 12 o'clock position and over. As you'd expect Holly Bradshaw to clear at this height. Of course, at the Olympic Games, she needed 4:85 to clear. 4:90 is her best to win the British Championships new record last year. And outdoors as well, typically we see the best heights indoors, such as Mondo Duplantis, recent breaking his own record. So Molly Caudry will then go for her second attempt, this at 4:30. Unable to make it. So Molly Caudry emerged onto the scene in 2018. She was the youngest member of the England athletics team, or Team England side, to make the Commonwealth Games in Australia. That was a great year for her, and she managed her lifetime best of 4:53. So she's trying to get back to that kind of level. She was second at the British Championships behind Holly Bradshaw. She was also the silver medalist at the European Under-23s. and this is her first competition of the year. She's been out in Miami for a while. We also, of course, saw her brother Finley Cordery, both coached by the father Stuart. We saw him in the men's competition. So Laura Zieler will go for 189. She's just having a rest at the moment, though, before her next attempt. We'll see Molly Cordery's third attempt at 4:30 in a couple of moments. So maybe we can get some long jump in, although I noticed that there's a bit of a break between the third and fourth round. So the obvious event to go to next might be the Javelin, while there's a break in the others. So let's do that. So in this Javelin final, I'll just take you through the lineup. Fenton Bishop's Timings of Birmingham, Oliver Wright of Loughborough, Tom Dollery of Bath, Rowan Burford of Oxford, Hal Hutton of Exeter, Sam Bannon of Edge Hill, Gareth Crawford of Ulster, Bath's Cameron Darkin-Price, Daniel Bainbridge, the reigning British champion, Jonah McCafferty of Winchester, Joss Foote of Nottingham Trent, that's who we're watching here, 150, Chris Brown of Loughborough. So that throw goes beyond 60 metres from Foote of Nottingham Trent. Foote, who would have had to block with his foot in order to stop at the end of the runway, abrasively building up all that energy. I'll shut up now because we've got Cordery, pole vault, third attempt, 4:30. Oh, no, I thought she was going to do it, but the bar said not today. What about Laura Zieler? She can't make it over 189 at the first attempt. So in the University of Birmingham colours, we know that she has taken that title. Over to Holly Bradshaw, so that means that Molly Cordery is out of the competition, but will still have got that silver medal. Once again, I feel like she has a collection of silvers when she'd like it to be gold. She got bronze at the European Athletics Team Championships. Well, that's more of a third place, I guess, across the team events. So I'm just looking out to see if there's a Javelin scoreboard as well, so we can bring you some measurements. So I often think the Javelin is kind of the sporting equivalent of acupuncture for the field. Here we go. So the men compete with 800 grams. And that lands, right on the line. I think that's out. So that was Gareth Crawford of Ulster. So, yeah, we've seen a few of the Northern Irish athletes. Grace Carson getting a bronze in the women's 5,000 metres. So let us know on the chat, what do you think has been the best story of the day? So Greg Miller is watching, Javelin competitor, and Rose Forster as well, Liam Blackwell. So we will wait and see. Laura Zieler is taking lengthy time between her attempts in the high jump, and same for Holly Bradshaw on the pole vault. So we will focus on the Javelin now for a few minutes. Jonah McCafferty of Winchester this is. So just looking out again, I'm afraid I can't see a scoreboard at this point. So that also goes just out, and we will continue with the next thrower. Meanwhile, we're still waiting for the long jump to resume. So this is a rare moment in which it's just one event going on, but I wonder for how long that will remain. So Holly Bradshaw waiting for her at 4:40. Laura Ziel, she's back out and ready to go. 189 second attempt, close to her lifetime best. This is higher than the height by 1 centimetre, which she won the British champs.
And so to the lineup for this men's 110-metre hurdles final. In lane 1, the 2021 England under-23.
So hopefully we'll get this jump in from Laura Ziel.
In lane 2, the BUCS 60-metre hurdles silver medalist, representing Cardiff Met, Callum Holder.
Unable to make it over, so she'll have one more attempt.
In 4,
Okay, so we'll have a look here at this start list then. Samuel Clark of Cambridge, who won the England under-23 400-metre hurdles title. Callum Holder of Cardiff Met. Oab Barrow of Loughborough looked really impressive yesterday. His teammates Tom Wilcock, Joseph Agbodza. Trent, of course, have had a decent competition. They got the men's high jump title with Adam Awagan earlier. Ennis Greatrex got a medal in the 400. Richard Akinyebo was good in the 100 metres. Josh Armstrong of Loughborough making it 3 from the same uni. Rico Cottle of Leeds. And then Scott Connell of Glasgow Caledonian. So a brush of the cheek, a slap of the thighs, and that makes us just about ready to get underway in this final. So you're watching the BT sponsored BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships, Chelmsford Sports and Athletics Centre. Clark of Cambridge, Holder Cardiff Met, Barrow of Loughborough, his teammate Wilcock, then Agbodza, Armstrong, Cottle and Connell. The final of the men's 110-metre hurdles. The recall gun sounds. Everyone who'd got ready to film that race then presses to stop recording. All of those hurdles will have to be put back up. So Holly Bradshaw just clearing at 4:40, and the bar will go up to 4:50. We're waiting for Laura Ziel's third attempt at 1:89. So Laura Ziel bringing the bar down at 1:89, but she is still the gold medalist. Clark, Holder, Barrow, Wilcock, Agbodza, Armstrong, Cottle and Connell. So now they do get underway. Agbodza in the pink in the centre, plenty of hurdles being clattered here. Barrow is down, but Wilcock continues. Goodness me, Agbodza, I think he pushed one of the hurdles down with his hands. And he has his head in it now. 14:10 on the clock. But Wilcock absolutely delighted. You just can never predict a hurdles race, and that one had all kinds of drama. So Akpodza was in second place, hit that hurdle. So we'll have to really wait and see what photo finish confirm that result as, but certainly we saw Tom Wilcott come home. First Josh Armstrong behind Callum Holder battling as well. So results on the roster athletics app, obviously for some of the field events, the results written down on those pieces of paper by the field judges and obviously handed in at the very end of the event, and they make them on to the computer systems. So the long jumpers restarted, so high time we catch in and see how it's getting on. We've got Alessandro Sciannini, Samuel Gagali, Dylan Ryan, Ben Sutton, Murray Fothering, Dominic Ogbechi, Tommy Ogunyoy, Ben Fisher, Harvey Derrick, Che Richards, Josh Wood and Mitchell Lawrence. 450 the bars at pole vault, Holly Bradshaw, British record holder, Olympic medalist. So high jump has concluded, and long jumps in the fourth round. Javelin looks like it's concluded as well, so we'll wait for the field officials to pass on those results, and then they'll put them on the computer system at the end of the event, and we'll catch in with the long jump and see how the fourth round is getting on very soon.
The last one I had from the pole vault was Holly Bradshaw at the bar at 4 meters 50.
Holly Bradshaw at 4 meters and 50 and goes clear. So I wonder how high she is up for jumping today. So Ben Fisher of Loughborough, 7:02.
So the confirmed one and official 1, 2, 3. Tom Wilcott from Callum Holder from Josh Armstrong. That is the official result of that men's 110 metre hurdles.
Sciannini of Strathclyde in his fourth round effort, unable to execute the jump there. The Scot.
We have another presentation, this time for the wheelchair 800 metres. Our bronze medalist from Soho University with 78 RASA points, Nathan Lackey.
Serena Vincent in the women's shot put, she won the indoor title.
Our silver medalist from Soho University with 126 RASA points, Zach van der Poel. Our gold medalist and BUCS champion for 2022 with 257 RASA points, Zien Zhu from Warwick University.
So Kigali of Birmingham next. still in the 4th round. He gets the white flag. Waiting for the next vault for Holly Bradshaw, the only athlete left in, of course. We will also have a look at the women's shot put. So once again, lots of events going on at the same time. So that was Lydia Church of Loughborough in the Ambulant shot put. So we will head on to the final of the women's 1500 metres. Here we are. Samantha Mason of Leeds, Alex Millard of Loughborough, Birmingham's Freya Bennett, Niamh Carr of Edinburgh, Louise Shanahan of Cambridge, of course, represented Ireland at the Olympic Games, but has also won 2 BUCS indoor titles over 800 metres. Elsa Palmer of Birmingham, Jessica Judd, the standout athlete. There she is, front running, looking to win yet another BUCS title, having competed at these championships since 2012. Meg Gadsby of St Mary's, Sabrina Sinner on the shoulder of Judd as they come through for the first time. Alex Shipley of Oxford, Loughborough's Jess Spilsbury, and Emily Thompson of Birmingham. So Sabrina Sinner, lifetime best of 4:14:20. How close can she get to battling Jess Judd, who at some of these BUCS championships has done really well to solo front run? Jamie Webb opted to stay with the group. Obviously he ended up in 4th place, a bit of a surprise result that was. Jess Judd, we think this would be her 8th BUCS title. She represented GB at the Olympic Games last year over both the 5,000 and the 10,000 metres, and of course an excellent 800 runner as well, but she's kind of moved up through the distances through her career, as a lot of female distance runners do. We were talking about Eilish McColgan, her long-term aim of the marathon, of course, but coming through with 2 to go, we've got Judd of Loughborough, Sinner Birmingham, Shanahan then of Cambridge, and then Thompson of Birmingham. And then the second Loughborough athlete there, just having a look and seeing that that is Alex Millard. So Millard, who was part of the World University cross-country team, along with Sabrina Sinner, lifetime best of 4:16. Also a good cross-country background. So women's shot put on split screen there for you to have a look at, as we see a bit of a breakaway between Judd and Sinner. Shanahan trying to manage that gap, as is Thompson in behind, but really big gap then back behind this quintet. So the roar as they come through with 1 lap to go. Just over 3 minutes into this race. 3:04:78 at the bell, and Judd now going up through the gears, using that as a trigger to push on. Sabrina Sinner still in contention though, not able to shake the Birmingham student off is Judd. Shanahan just out of shot in 3rd place, and I feel that Emily Thompson still capable of taking that bronze medal, as is Alex Millard. And you know what, Niamh Carr has closed up as well, but on your screen, Judd and Sinner. And Judd using all of her tactical nous and experience to now get away once more, to push on through this bend and down into the home straight here in Chelmsford. Jess Judd rocking from side to side, Sinner being caught by Shanahan and overtaken. Judd is the champion. Shanahan gets the Cambridge for silver, the Irish woman, and Sinner takes the bronze. Thompson was overtaken by Millard in the closing stages as well. and Carr finishes behind them in 6th place. 4:14.31 as we see others come home. Freya Bennett there, Jess Spilsbury, another Lapra face, and Elsa Palmer of Birmingham as well. Wow, well, following that result in the men's 800, you just couldn't put the medal around Jess Judd's neck until the race had been run, but in the end she takes her 8th BUCS title, unless I am miscounting. Right, okay, let's go over to the women's shot put final now. So Emma Bakari, Karolina Walmsler in this is 4:79, Jessica Hopkins, also Natasha Smith, Zara Acton, Alexandria Adeniji, Amaya Scott-Rule, heptathlete of course, Serena Vincent, Hannah Barnden, Ellen Barber, also multi-eventer Sophie Merritt and Ashley Bailey. So I can see that the long jump has just entered the 5th round. And here we go. So this is Holly Bradshaw at 4.63 meters, second attempt then. And she brings the bar down, so she'll have one more attempt at 4.63. So here we go. We've got just under an hour's left of action, so please do not go anywhere. Liverpool John Moore's student Harvey Darroch then in the 5th round of the long jump. So we'll put that women's 1500 start list to one side. The men's 1500 coming up next, scheduled to be at past. So Harvey Darroch, he's waiting for this measurement, so are we. And we've also got half an hour on the far side where Holly Bradshaw has one attempt left. This is Serena Vincent, that's the other event that's happening, the women's shot put, of course. So Vincent, who won the indoor title, putting Portsmouth on the map. And back to the long jump, and Brunel's Dylan Ryan, the Irishman, following Louise Shanahan, the Irish woman who took silver there in the 1500, the longer of the middle distances. She's typically raced over 800 that we've seen at international level.
Over to our next presentation, this time for our javelin throwers. And our bronze medalist from Nottingham University with a throw of 61.58, just up. Our silver medalist from Winchester University with 61.78 meters, Jeremy Butey. And our gold medalist and BUCS champion in 2022 with 71.01.
So here comes Holly Bradshaw, third attempt at 4.63.
A huge thank you to Marinda, one of our BUCS staff, who doing that presentation.
So just fitting in that long jump in the 5th round. Before we go over to Holly Bradshaw, third attempt 4.63. Of course, she's capable of going over 4.90. Here's Bradshaw. .487 indoors as well, her British record there. So it looks like she's going here down the runway. With that pearl down, being patient, getting over the bar, and just coming off. Unfortunate for her. That's the end of her competition, and that leads us into the men's 1500-metre final. So, Cameron Allen of St Mary's, Ben McMillan of Stirling, Luke Van Oudtshoorn of Loughborough, Freddie Richardson, St Mary's, Birmingham's John Howarth, Christoph Hornick of St Andrews. So maybe that's a relatively unfamiliar vest compared to the likes of Birmingham Loughborough, so that's the pale blue one. There we go, towards the back of this pack now. Ben Patterson of Loughborough, so someone who was part of that historic British 1-2-3 at the European Under-20s in 2019 in Sweden, with Oliver Dustin and Finlay McClear. He's racing over 1500. Ben Sanderlands of SRUC, Matthew Stonia of Loughborough, Daniel Brookling of Swansea in the white and green, Matthew Stone of St Mary's, and Kieran Riley of Stirling then. So, shaping up for another brilliant final. It was Dan Howes who came through to win the 800 metres, of course. As we can see, now the pace pushing on. We've got the Stirling man, Kieran Riley, in this lead group. In fact, his teammate Ben McMillan is with him as well. We have a look as they come through one more time. So we know the pole vault was concluded, the long jumps just entered the 5th round, javelin's concluded, shot put is still ongoing. As Christoph Hornick comes to the front, John Howarth of Birmingham in second place, Kieran Riley just about third, along with Luke Van Oudtshoorn, who is the top Loughborough athlete there. So Van Oudtshoorn, England under-17 silver medalist back in 2017. Christoph Hornick, who needed a lifetime best to get through and qualify, 3:53.28. As actually said, when winning the Scottish Students indoor title. Daniel Brookling, he's had one race this year, or one track competition in Cardiff in January, so these athletes, some of them warming up towards big summer seasons. What about John Howarth? 3:39 at best. He was 5th a couple of years ago at BUCS indoors. Every chance he can improve on that here. Inspired by some of the Birmingham success in this competition. Christoph Hornick, maybe the underdog for St Andrews. 2:51.49 at the bell. Still, Kieran Riley in the green of Stirling is up there. So it's Howarth of Birmingham, Riley of Stirling, Hornick just moving back now. Brookling in the white and green, one of those trying to make a move through, as is Stonia of Loughborough. So Howarth may be saving something for the final 100 metres then. Who will kick best down the home straight? Jamie Webb was run out of the medals into 4th place earlier on in the 800. But just look at how they're queuing up here. It's like motorway congestion and suddenly they go free. And it's Matthew Stonia leading the way. It's a Loughborough 1-2 out of nowhere, with Ben Patterson in second, 3:46.57 showing trackside. And a shake of the head from John Howarth. No doubt his frustration as how that panned out right at the end of that race. But it was Loughborough who got their timings right. A set of exhausted athletes then, post-finish line.
If we could have all those athletes to come and collect their well-deserved medals. Tom Wilcox, Callum Holder, Josh Armstrong, Maisie Grice, Sarah Tate, Eleanor Carey, Jodie Smith, Jade O'Dowda, Marla Jessup, Jessica Judd, Louise Shanahan, and Sabrina Siner, Colin Manton, and Emma Benham, and Emily Race, please.
Yes, that was a very well judged race by Matt Stonia to take the BUCS title.
Serena Vincent, 15.65, I think her latest measurement in the 6th round, so that might be the final effort concluded there in the shot put. As we take a look at the long jump, and the Cardiff Met student here. So let us know what you think has been the best performance of the weekend in the chat. We've tried our best to keep across all of the action. We had 4 field events at one time and a track event. We saw Laura Ziola attempt her way up to 189. The long jump still ongoing. Serena Vincent, we've caught a few of her throws in the shot put. Holly Bradshaw and Molly Caudry at the sharp end of the pole vault action. Trinity O'Connor and Jess Hall of Brunel in the B final. And here is the stand on the far side, the home of Chelmsford City Football Club. Ben Sutton of Bath. Not too many improvements being shown, not too many marks being measured. So Ollie Johnson says Dan Maud's first 100 metres of his 800 metre heat was one of the highlights of the weekend.
Hand over to presentation, this time for our signature shot put. We have just 1 gold medalist.
So here we go then with Sutton of Bath in the long jump.
Gold medalist from Stirling University. And with the best score of 792.
And so, for the women's 4x1 in lane 1, Sheffield is 2.
So we're in the 5th round of the men's long jump final. We will let you know any measurements that we see. And now we're going to head into the first of our relays. And I'm speaking a little slowly because I know that we're going to go through the gears. So here we are, the lineup. And it features Sheffield in lane 1, Nottingham in 2, Bath in 3, Birmingham in 4, Northumbria in 5, Cardiff Met in 6, Cardiff in 7, and Swansea on the outside in 8. So the whistle goes. Now, really interestingly, we've commented all weekend how Cardiff's team includes Hannah Breyer, who was so excellent in coming home to win the 200 metres. We had Megan Webber, who's a finalist in the 100. Hannah Longdon as well involved, so just maybe they're marginal favourites for this. You never know, they're in the relay. Sheffield, Nottingham, Bath, Birmingham, Northumbria, Cardiff, Met, Cardiff and Swansea. So 3 Welsh universities. Let's see how they got on here. Sheffield going well on the inside at this point. And now Cardiff actually racing through with Cardiff Met on the inside. So a bit of a intercity derby, this one. Now Cardiff Met starting to show what they're capable of. And can anything change in this last 150? Cardiff Met with others bearing down on them. Bath with Aaliyah Sibbons. They were so strong, of course, in the heat to get on to this. It's Cardiff Met just going to be beaten by Bath, with Birmingham in 3rd place. 46.83. So the 100-metre individual event winning speed of Aaliyah Sibbons powering Bath to come home first across the line. And then, of course, the talent of Cardiff Met, so many names they can call upon. We mentioned that they previously had the likes of Charlotte Wingfield and Mika Moore and Abi Odonaya to win the title in 2019. And yeah, there was so many athletes just beginning to close, and Bath came through just like Aaliyah Sibbons did in the individual event to win. With Birmingham 3rd, and one very brief point, Birmingham were actually leading there. Hannah Bryant looked good in the 200 metres, another highlight of your weekend.
From BUCS University with 1364, Mari Jessup.
So we're going back to the long jump competition, still in this 5th round. This is Ben Fisher. We saw a previous jump of 7:02. Meanwhile, it's been confirmed Jodie Smith from Jado Downer from Marley Jessup in the women's 100-metre hurdles event. So Jodie Smith adding that title to what she won in the long jump. Well, the measurements unfortunately aren't coming up in the long jump, so sorry to say, but we can see here Shanini.
Come to see the track referee at the finish line. Bath, Swansea represents.
So Alessandro Shanini going here for Strathclyde. And I wonder whether some numbers will go up on that scoreboard. Okay, not for now. Okay, so next in line then. This is Dominic Ogbechi, of course, the Highgate Harrier, King's College London. So we're just waiting to see those relay results. We have to be quite cautious before calling them as medals. Certainly Bath were first across the line, and we're waiting for confirmation of that. Ogbechi will see his jump here, and it's a red flag. So here we are, British record holder and Olympic medalist Holly Bradshaw here, with Molly Caudry making it yet another Loughborough double podium, goodness me, and then McCartney, the Irish international for Brunel, coming home in third with the bronze. So we're heading into the 6th round of the men's long jump. So apologies that the scores aren't coming live. You can hear the applause on the far side of the stadium, ready for the next jumper. Okay, so Samuel Kigali. So at the very least, we know that Kigali was in 8th place at the halfway stage, with the top 8 getting 3 further jumps. He's urging for calmness, so no markings there in the pit to give an inkling. But we know that's Samuel Kigali.
Presentation this time for our Ambulant. And our silver medalist from Warwick University, Emma Ambulant long jump. And our gold medalist, Colin Furness, unfortunately not home, but we shall make sure that she certainly gets her medal.
Let's go.
Yeah, well, apologies there, because they changed on the long jump scoreboard from 5 to 6 right at the end, so I thought they were going to the 6th round, but no, that was the end of the 6th round. It was just a mistake all along. Anyway, on to the men's 4x1.
In the first instance, they were reinstated after discussion with the track.
So we know that Bath are confirmed now as having won the women's 4x100 metres. There was a brief moment where we thought that they might be DQ'd, I was hearing, but not the case. Loughborough, by the way, leading the way overall, 87 points from Birmingham 32 and Cardiff 25, Bath 19, Sheffield Hallam 15, and Brunel 10, Edinburgh also 10, and then Bangor on 9, Liverpool on 8, and Essex on 7.
Silver medalist from Sterling University. With 6 minutes 22.90, Sarah Tate. The gold medalist from Birmingham University and Brooks champion for 2022 in 6 minutes 27.28, Maisie Price.
Four by 400 metre splits will be available 15 minutes after the last race. So, to the track for the men's 4x1. In lane 1, Cardiff Met. In 2,
So coming up now the final of the men's 4x100 metres, with Cardiff Met in lane 1, Birmingham in 2, Brunel in 3, then Nottingham Trent, Swansea in 5, Loughborough 6, Nottingham in 7, and Cardiff in 8. So on this occasion we have 2 intercity derbies, Nottingham and Nottingham Trent, Cardiff and Cardiff Met. And just the one London University Brunel, which is interesting. No UEL in fact. So, well, we know that Cardiff Met were first and second in the men's 200 metres with Jeremiah Azu and Joe Breyer. So really interesting to see whether both of them feature. We know that Richard Akinyebo performed really well in the individual 100 metres for Nottingham Trent. We know that Alex Haydock-Wilson was in the 100 for Loughborough, but he is doing the 4x4. He was in the commentary box earlier. Brunel, well, Jason Kalala was a bronze medalist in the 4x1. Okay, so those are the times. So, well, we'll bring you full results of that later. But anyway, we've got supporters packed in, as you can see down by the start-finish line. BUCS branding takes us through the first bend. This is normally quite a lively final. Absolute chaos, though, tends to come your way indoors. So Cardiff Met, Birmingham, Brunel, Nottingham Trent, Swansea, Loughborough, Nottingham and Cardiff, the final of the men's 4x100 metres. So almost silence in Chelmsford becomes an absolute roar. Brunel, a good getaway and up on Nottingham Trent in the similar navy vest on the outside, but with a flash of pink. And this race will be over in a flash if you don't get the changeovers right, and Trent are out. And they're not the only team, I think. Goodness me, wow. Cardiff doing all right in the red on the outside. Birmingham get a clean changeover in the red on the inside. And through the middle there, you've still got Brunel going nicely. So one final changeover and down the home straight. Brunel from Birmingham, who are fighting to close. Cardiff Met, Azu brings them home for bronze in 40.86 then. Well, we said there was only one London University in this, but they represented the capital city and took home the gold. And Jason Kalala, part of that quartet, as we expected. That's his second medal of the weekend.
In clearing 186, broke Isabel Pooley's 2014 championship best by just 1 centimetre. Well done, Laura. Show your appreciation.
They're on there as well.
So Jessica Judd, Louise Shanahan and Sabrina Sinner are top 3 from the women's 1500 metres.
The official presentation this time now for 1500 metre athletes.
Brunel are absolutely delighted, jumping up and down
Our bronze medalist
following their victory.
Performance 14:32, Sabrina Sinner.
So Sabrina Sinner trying to stay with Jess Judd for as long as possible. And she was overtaken in the closing stages by Louise Shanahan, who represented Ireland at the Olympic Games last year.
Best performance was stood since 2001,
Jessica Judd, though, winning the gold medal for Loughborough, her 8th BUCS title in a new championship record of 4:10.79.
And I'm just wondering, is that the first time we've had two Olympians on a podium at the BUCS Championships?
Louise Shanahan, 4:13.27 for her. So a new lifetime best by exactly 2 seconds, and 4:14.32 for Sabrina Sinner.
And here we go with another presentation, this time for our ladies shot. And our bronze medalist from Brunel University with a course of 13 meters 44, Jessica Hopkins.
So Jessica Hopkins of Brunel taking the women's shot put bronze medal.
Our silver medalist from AECC with a put of 40 meters 38, Sophie Merritt.
Sophie Merritt, 14.38 silver.
Now gold medalist and BUCS champion of 2022 from Boston University with a put of 60 meters 10, Serena Mason.
So we're looking at crowd shots here. You can see the Bath team manager Colin there, and that's the stand on the far side.
Women's 4x4, Stirling in 1, Nottingham 2, Loughborough in 3, Sheffield in 4, Birmingham in 5, Oxford in 6, Leeds in 7, and Swansea in lane 8.
As we head to the final of the women's 4x400 metres. So Stirling in lane 1, Nottingham in 2, Loughborough in 3, Sheffield in lane 4, Birmingham in 5, Oxford in 6, Leeds in 7, and Swansea in lane 8. So here we go, the final of the women's 4x4, and Stirling, Nottingham, Loughborough, Sheffield, Birmingham, Oxford, Leeds and Swansea. So Swansea on the outside in the white as they hold their lanes until the second leg, of course. But this is a race that's been dominated by Loughborough over the last few years, with GB senior athletes like Jessie Knight and Jessica Turner and Kirsten McCaslin. Swansea. The gap is decent there. I wonder whether they'll save enough for coming down the home straight towards the final stages of the first leg. So Birmingham are battling. Loughborough also. Who's going to hug the inside first? Lots of noise here. So Birmingham going to hand over to Hannah Kelly, individual medalist. Zoe Pollock, 400 hurdles winner, is going to lead. So Loughborough from Birmingham, from Swansea, Oxford and Stirling. In 5th place at the moment. And Sheffield then behind them. But we're watching these two, Pollock against Kelly. And the tall figure of Hannah Kelly in the red of Birmingham, fighting up to the back of Zoe Pollock. So both of these two used to running 400 metres, but who has enough coming down this home straight? Are we going to see another overtake? Emma Alderson will take up the baton for Loughborough. She's ready. Another individual medalist, another who's won this 4x4 title in the past. So close. Birmingham just about take the lead. Emma Alderson has to stop and then go again. Swansea in 3rd and Oxford in 4th. They're battling over bronze with Sheffield behind and then Stirling. Nottingham and Leeds also battling over 7th and 8th. But right at the front here, look at this. Emma Alderson, also used to running 800 metres, so she should have good speed endurance. But Birmingham firmly in the sights. However, Loughborough. Natasha Harrison's going to have the baton. Isabel Boffey will have it as well. The 800 champion against the 400 winner. Oh, goodness me. It's going to be Birmingham against Loughborough, as it has been throughout this race. Look at this gap, though, way back to Oxford in 3rd. The roar inside this stadium. Isabel Boffey has it, and she was determined to just take up that baton and have the lead. Natasha Harrison trying to go round the outside. Boffey will make her go the long way round. Oh my word, Birmingham against Loughborough once again. They're still neck and neck here in Chelmsford. They're almost holding hands. Look at those steely-eyed determination from Boffey. Eyes onto this bend. She didn't let anyone past in the 800 metres. Is that going to be the case again, or does Harrison have a better kick? It was Loughborough who triumphed at the 4x2 indoors, but maybe Boffey can hang on over the 4x4. Look at her kick coming away. This is thrilling stuff. As Isabel Boffey breaks Loughborough determination in the women's 4x4 to take gold. 3:40.94 on the clock, and look at Oxford coming through here. For bronze, they've overtaken Sheffield, or certainly they've held off the challenge of the Sheffield quartet, and Swansea have dropped back into 5th. And Leeds and Stirling now finishing here. And then Nottingham. Wow, Isabel Boffey's face pretty much matches her red vest. Oh, so such a good final that was. Stirling were in that. Sarah Tate joins me, who was silver medalist in the steeplechase. You've got your medal around your neck. Delightful performance from you. What is it like out there?
Yeah, it's great. I'm really pleased to be here. This is my first BUCS Outdoors.
Yeah.
I'm in 3rd year now, but obviously COVID, so not experienced the BUCS Outdoors, but it's been a great weekend. Really enjoyed it. Nice to be down with the team. Yeah, and I'm pleased with 2nd. Gold would have been nice, but we'll take 2nd for just now.
Absolutely, and it was quite a close race as well with Maisie Grice, because looking at your 2K times, very closely matched. I think less than a second, in fact, between you, so you would have known that it would be a tight battle.
Yeah, indeed. 2K chase is an event that's not really run very often, so we don't really get much of a chance to improve our personal bests, but yeah, we were close, our times were close, and I knew it was just going to be who was stronger on the day, and Maisie and the Birmingham group have all just been at altitude for the last month, so that was in the back of my head, but yeah, she was stronger on the day, so.
Yeah, so we've just seen a thrilling race. I think it's given a sense of how an exciting an atmosphere this event can be. Certainly you've spent some time supporting as well. Saw the Sterling Quartet there, but just give me a sense of what the atmosphere is like.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's really good to be down with your team. Everybody's got that team spirit. It's really nice. Everybody's cheering on everyone, and yeah, it's a great weekend. Really enjoyed myself, and definitely be back next year for some more.
Yeah, because I know you just mentioned the COVID cancellations. It also affected kind of your, was it the under-20 age group that you kind of missed there, but having the still some international opportunities that you've managed to pick up. There'll be lots of people that you know from the GB junior ranks, as well as just your university and your club as well.
Yeah, indeed. It's nice seeing some familiar faces whilst going around, but yeah, it's good. It's good. I've enjoyed it.
I have to ask you also that the journey down from Scotland, adding that extra element to kind of coming and competing here. So how did you travel and how long roughly did it take?
Yeah, so we travelled down on Friday, left at 10 in the morning.
Right.
It was a 9-hour bus journey.
Wow.
So that was fun, but we had some quizzes and some karaoke on the bus.
Organised by you? Or?
No, not by me. I was part of the winning quiz team,
okay.
I'll have you know. Yeah, and then I'm actually ditching them on the bus tonight. I'm flying back up because I've got an exam at 9 AM tomorrow morning.
No way.
Yes.
That's extraordinary. What's the exam in?
It's on, oh God, good question. It's on PE, school sport and youth culture.
Okay.
So it should be okay.
So what? Yeah, because obviously this is coming at a time of year around exams. So what kind of challenge does that present to you?
Yeah, it's really, this weekend is smack bang in the middle of exams for a lot of us. We've had a few dropouts just because of the timing, because of exams. But yeah, we've all had our books down with us. We've all been studying at night time, but yeah, it's just part of being a student athlete. It's just something you've got to get used to.
Of course, yeah. I know at Bedford, where these championships have been held in the past, there's a sort of cafe area where you often see it becomes a revision room. So I don't know anywhere has been taken up for that sort of opportunity, not that I've seen certainly, but I'm glad that you were able to at least bring your book, certainly with the intention of studying. You know, whether that actually happens is always a different story. I always feel that you come in with the dream of doing loads of revision, and then it's kind of what you're realistically capable of in the end. So there we go. We've got the men's 400 metre 4x4 coming up. Do you want to stay for a little bit longer to just watch this?
Yeah, of course.
Of course. Okay, so that's the voice of Sarah Tate here, who's won the silver medal in the steeplechase just before. So Leeds, Beckett, Exeter, Birmingham, Oxford, Loughborough, Cardiff, Met, Hallam and Swansea in this one as the whistle goes here.
In this men's 4x4, Leeds, Beckett, Exeter 2, Birmingham in 3, Oxford in 4, Loughborough in 5, Cardiff in 6, Hallam in 7 and Swansea in 8. The final event, the 2022 BUCS BT Championship.
So it all comes down to this then. 3 days of action across the bank holiday weekend. New location here in Chelmsford. New partner as well in BT, offering 6 months free BT Sport. Click the live stream link to enter that as well. But now we focus on these last medalists to be crowned. Leeds, Beckett, Exeter, Birmingham, Oxford, Loughborough, Cardiff, Met, Hallam and Swansea. The final of the men's 4x400 metre relay. So the chatter falling to silence, and now the gun goes. So Birmingham winning this title in 2019 with the likes of Mark Cottam and Freddie Owsley and Tor Bennett-Williams. So those pretty much moving on now. It's a different generation almost of BUCS athletes, as we were saying with Sarah Tate, who's with us. But Loughborough, how can they do? Cardiff Met as well. They've had strong contingent. We know Alex Haydock-Wilson will have the baton for Loughborough. Maybe on the last leg. Let's wait and see. But Loughborough already looking strong. on this opening run. So it's Charlie Dobson, in fact, who's running here for Loughborough. One of the fastest 400-metre men and also 200 in the country this year. And that's giving them an outstanding lead, and I'm not sure whether anyone else will be able to challenge that. So Birmingham in second, Hallam, and then Oxford, Cardiff Met, Leeds, Beckett in behind them. An extraordinary lead though for Loughborough. It's the battle for silver and bronze, which will give you a glimpse of, as we can see just coming into screen. There is Birmingham, with Oxford coming around there outside. So on to the third leg. Loughborough from Oxford from Cardiff Met. And then Birmingham dropping back a little. Hallam, Leeds, Beckett of Swansea. Not too far back. Exeter behind them. So this is the real battle now that's yet to be decided. Cardiff Met against Oxford against Birmingham. I wonder if Oxford can make a move. I think that's Cherian, their third leg runner. Alex Haydock-Wilson is going to have this baton for Loughborough. I wonder if they'll be on for a championship record. We've seen a few of those. Jess Judd, 1500 metres, just an example. So Haydock-Wilson has it now. 2:20 into this race. Cardiff Met fading a little. Oxford as well. Tom Keane for Birmingham, the 3,000 metres European Youth Champion on the 4x4 leg. That's some versatility. So Cardiff Met, Birmingham and Oxford behind Alex Haydock-Wilson here. So a thrilling battle, but it's going to be a wonderful time for this Loughborough lot. Haydock-Wilson hugs the inside. Cardiff Met and Oxford, Birmingham are down. 3:05.13 for Haydock-Wilson, who comes home to give Loughborough the gold. And Oxford, are they just going to come through on Cardiff Met? I think Cardiff Met held on. Leeds, Beckett coming home fourth. And oh, good battle as well. Swansea and Hallam fifth and sixth. Exeter seventh. So what happened to Birmingham there? Did he pull up?
No, I think there was a little tap of feet going on. There was a couple getting quite close to each other and just maybe a slight nudge, but Birmingham went down there, unfortunately.
Yeah, sorry to see that. It was a good battle between those three sides. As always in the relays, you wait for the result to be confirmed afterwards. But, well, Sarah, we saw someone who's won a 3,000 metre title on the 4x4. I'm surprised you weren't pulled into the Stirling quartet.
Oh, they tried.
They tried. Oh, there we go. So, let's have another look there. Yes, Birmingham athlete down. But a championship record for Loughborough. So clearly that's what they were aiming for. They've had an incredible team here. But what a wonderful event this has been. Full of colour, excitement and drama as we wait for the results to be confirmed. Do you find that once you've competed you can enjoy and soak it up much more, or have you still been able to lap it up plenty?
Yeah, definitely. It was good that I kind of had the day off in between races. So yesterday I was able to come down, support the team, get involved. But yeah, it's always better once your race is out the way.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, the Stirling team, you've had some good performances, some good middle distance finals that were made in particular, so it's been quite a decent championships then?
Yeah, definitely, successful championships. I think we had 24 athletes down, so that's probably a record for us, but it's good to see the numbers growing, and yeah, some really, really strong performances from the middle distance group, so we'll go home pleased with that.
Brilliant. Well, Sarah Tate, it's been delightful that you can join us following your silver medal, which you're adding to your collection, a growing collection then?
Yes, thank you very much for having me.
No problem. So, yeah, we mentioned big championship best performance in the 4x4 we just seen, led home by Alex Haydock-Wilson, and rough splits, thank you to commentary colleague Scott Eburn. So 44.9, 47.6, 46.4 and 45.8. Alex Haydock-Wilson, he left us earlier, said he was going to warm up for the 400. And he was certainly pretty warm by the time he got going, but he had a huge lead. Great to have Charlie Dobson, though. I mean, someone who's had injury issues over the last few years. His girlfriend, Becky Jego, obviously in the 200-metre final. We saw Charlie here yesterday. I wonder whether he was going to compete or was just here watching, because he's a local athlete from Colchester. So local pride for Essex. But first, of course, we have this women's 4x4, or 4x1 even, presentation, excuse me. So Cardiff met a very strong quartet once again, but they were beaten by Bath, in turn being ahead of Birmingham. So it looks like that's Amy Pye, who I mentioned she was DQ'd following her heat of the 400 hurdles. I'm sure would have been a medal contender, able to make amends by taking gold in the relay, and I'm sure she'll be delighted by that. Aaliyah Sibbons, individual medalist. Abby Gulpin, individual finalist. Excuse me. So Bath in turn having a great quartet themselves. I think Cardiff Met would have liked to be standing on the top step of the podium. Megan Webber, Hannah Longdon among their athletes. So it's a game of how many athletes can you fit on the podium. Well, great to have Sarah Tate with us after winning the steeplechase, and indeed all the guests that we've had. Alex Haydock-Wilson, Ellis Greatrix joined us yesterday. We had Steve Green, the Manchester Met team manager. Who else? We also had Johnny Curry from the University of Birmingham, and Oliver Frost as well, who was part of the 4x1 quartet in the heat. So really interesting perspectives that I think we've got across the weekend from some of those who've joined us in the commentary position. Of course, so many events going on simultaneously at times. We've tried to do our best to show you what we can of all of them, getting in some of the medal presentations. We're going to try and also take a look to see if some results have appeared in some of the events we were looking at. So I can tell you that Daniel Bainbridge took gold for Loughborough, 71.01. In the Javelin, Jonah McCafferty of Winchester, we saw his throw as 61.78, and then Joss Foot, we also caught sight of him, 61.58. So Bainbridge, of course, the reigning British champion. There have been so many different athletes have won British Javelin titles over the last decade or two.
Cardiff Met, Birmingham, Brunel, across to the podium, please.
So more medal presentations to come in a moment's time. I'll just tell you that Bath, their time was 46.82 to win the gold. Cardiff Met 46.99 and Birmingham 47.18. In the men's 4x1, Brunel won with 40.85, 41.17 for Birmingham. and then Cardiff Met 41.68. So Nottingham Trent and Nottingham both DNFs in that. Then the women's 4x4. Birmingham 340.93, anchored home by Isabel Boffey beating Natasha Harrison 342.06. Oxford 357.75, great for them to join on the podium as well. This is the women's 4x4, of course. And then Loughborough, that championship record of 3:05.11 officially confirmed as 3:15.81 for Cardiff Met, and Leeds Beckett 3:20.83. Oxford were actually disqualified there for passing the baton outside the takeover zone. So that really is the breaking news, that Oxford don't get 2 relay medals because, yes, we saw that great battle. It was behind Loughborough. You had Cardiff Met, Birmingham and Oxford, Birmingham DNF, and you did wonder what exactly had gone on there when there was contact. And then Oxford, an illegal changeover, DQ. So that means Leeds Beckett, you see, you never know. You could be back in 5th place as they were, and then suddenly they are showing as being in 3rd. So still the couple of medal presentations to come. Cameron Bailey of Birmingham there in the background. There's Jason Kalala, one of those who wins the title. Rather memorable championships, but as I was saying, a new cluster of athletes breaking into the BUCS stage. So let's take a look at BUCS Athletics hashtag on Twitter then. And Brunel sharing the images of the likes of who we can see there: Christian Samuel Nash, Tyler Panton, Jason Kalala, part of their relay quartet that were quick coming into this final and doing really well, coming home with the gold medal. Torbay AC saying their runner Meg Webber came 5th in the 100-metre finals. That's the Cardiff Met student we were talking about, anchoring the 4x1 team to 2nd. So great that they're following on and joining the conversation about this event. What about Guernsey Athletics? They're excited about Abby Galpin. Now, expect to see her at the Commonwealth Games, hopefully alongside the Chalmers brothers, of course, for Guernsey. Cameron making the semi-finalists, the semi-finals, I should say, of the 400 metres. And yeah, it's always interesting to see who Guernsey, Jersey and the Isle of Man are able to put out. Certainly the Isle of Man had 3 athletes, didn't they? It was Joe Reed, Joe Harris, 800 metres javelin, then Erica Kelly in the race walk. So an action-packed weekend as we watch Brunel, Cardiff Met and Birmingham. So now those 4x1 medal ceremonies have both taken place. I'll just have a look for a couple more results to bring you then. In the Ambulant women's shot put, Emma Denham, new lifetime best of 4:77. So Lydia Church 11:40, India Oates 5:80. Serena Vincent winning the women's shot put title 16:10. Sophie Merritt 14:38. Jessica Hopkins of Brunel 13:44. And what about the men's long jump? Because that concluded this afternoon. Now, incidentally, no wind readings on this showing, but I can see results for individual athletes in different orders, so just having a look at see who is the best, and it looks like Shay Richards 7:61, and then Samuel Kugali 7:49, and then Shanini of Strathclyde 7:22. Oh no, actually Dominic Ogbechi 7:23 was 1 centimetre better. So we're looking at John Bridge and Prince Reed, the two athletes in the 400 ambulant final. So yes, Shay Richards winning the title in the men's long jump for Cardiff. So a few more medal presentations to play out here.
Bronze medalist from Bournemouth University with 49 Rasa points, Emma Denham.
So now they calculated the ambulance shot on Rasa points. So Emma Denham taking the bronze.
Our silver medalist from Loughborough University with 141 Rasa points,
India Oates taking silver for Loughborough.
And our gold medalist, also from Loughborough University, with 805 Rasa points, Lydia Church.
And Lydia Church. Just
And over to presentation, this time for our ambulance long jumpers. And our bronze medalist from Cardiff University with 268 Rasa points, Neil Rahim. Our silver medalist from Cardiff Met with 566 points, Joel Mattox. And our gold medalist and BUCS champion for 2022 from East London University with 653 Rasa points, and BUCS champion for 2022, Jordan Andrew. 4x4 teams, Oxford, Loughborough and Birmingham, please. Now the presentation for the women's 4x400 metres. Our bronze medalist in a time of 3 minutes 57.75, Oxford University team. Our silver medalist in a time of 3 minutes 42.06, Loughborough University team.
So Oxford taking the bronze medal then. In the women's 4x4, it was a scintillating battle between Loughborough and Birmingham. It was chiefly Natasha Harrison who won the 400 individually, and then Isabel Boffey who won the 800. Up against one another, 400 to go, and still, really, with 100 to go, Isabel Boffey kicked for home, and she just backed herself against the athlete who's used to one lap of the track. But it just shows you what a quality athlete Isabel Boffey is. And she was absolutely delighted. She was as delighted with that, it seems, as her European medals that she's won internationally for Great Britain. And it's great when an athlete's able to excel at so many levels and in so many different vests. So Birmingham, Loughborough and Oxford. The times, as I mentioned before, Birmingham 3:40.93, Loughborough 3:42.06, Oxford 3:57.75.
Well, there's a quarter of Loughborough's 4x4. Come on, Loughborough. Loughborough 4x4. You don't want the V35 4x4.
It's Beckett, 4x14. Loughborough, 4x14.
So waiting for Loughborough in order to make this medal presentation for the men's 4x4. Lots of pictures being taken of these quartets. And Loughborough with that big championship record. So championship record 3:05.11. Cardiff met 3:15.81, 10 seconds behind then, and then leads Beckett 3:20.63. Oxford disqualified, passing the baton outside the changeover zone, and then Birmingham DNF. So a really special performance from this Loughborough 4, and it could be a championship record that remains for some time.
3 minutes 20.63, leads Beckett team. Silver medalist in a time of 3 minutes 15.81, Cardiff Met team.
So Leeds Beckett picking up their bronze medals. Cardiff Met, another set of silvers for them. That's where they were for the women's 4x1.
And our gold medals and BUCS champions for 2022.
But far and away clear, 10 seconds in front. New championship record 3:05.11 for Loughborough. Brought home by Alex Haydock-Wilson, of course. What a fantastic performance. Charlie Dobson with the first leg really gave no one else a chance. So we think all that's left now is the trophy presentation. Certainly the team results that have come in show Loughborough clear, both men and women, and thereby overall they are crowned champions for another year of BUCS athletics. So Birmingham's Hannah Kelly on the phone, maybe to her mum, to tell her that she's won another medal at these championships. So certainly the team results that have all come in, and they are updating all the time. So we appear to have for the women Loughborough 169.5 points, Birmingham 100, Cardiff on 48, Loughborough 185, Cardiff 84, and Birmingham 67.5 for the men, the top three as it stands.
What do I love about working at BT? There's loads of things, I can't pick three.
People think finance is less exciting than it is because they think it's all about the numbers, but actually finance is about partnering and understanding the business and using the numbers to drive value and insight.
You could be in an audit type function, you could be in management accounting, you could be in bid work. There's a load of different things that you could do as part of finance within BT.
It is a great measure of the business, it never lies.
BT actually sponsored me to do my exams to become a chartered management accountant. Qualification I can take anywhere, but I love the fact that BT have allowed me to do that here and I can work all the time when I'm doing it.
It can be quite cyclical in terms of when workload comes, so there's a real drive around month end, around quarter and year end. Those can be busy times, that's true, but it means that outside of those times, sometimes we take opportunities to just step back and relax a little bit, and BT is really flexible around that.
I really like maths and I really like spreadsheets, which sounds really nerdy, but I just love it.
Digital is pervasive across everything that we do as a business, whether that's selling to our customers through digital channels, servicing them, or creating fantastic new experiences for them in voice or artificial intelligence. There's a huge opportunity there that's really exciting.
I work in a BT Sales Alliance that covers broadband, mobile, TV and sport.
Our agile approach allows us to bring together lots of different people focusing on a common goal and allows us to release little and often to our customers.
BT is a great place to work. One thing I love about it in particular is the flexible working.
It's really focused on the output, not working the 9 to 5.
We have flexible working, working from home, different hours and compressed weeks. It's really what works best for a person.
The traditional telco, as we know it, is no longer relevant in the modern world. So that means that we need to reinvent ourselves as a new technology organisation. I'm really excited because I'm going to be part of that journey.
What do I love about working at BT? There's loads of things, I can't pick 3.
People think finance is less exciting than it is because they think it's all about the numbers, but actually finance is about partnering and understanding the business and using the numbers to drive value and insight.
You could be in an audit type function, you could be in management accounting, you could be in bid work. There's a load of different things that you could do as part of finance within BT.
It is a great measure of the business, it never lies.
BT actually sponsored me to do my exams to become a chartered management accountant. Qualification I can take anywhere, but I love the fact that BT have allowed me to do that here and I can work all the time when I'm doing it.
It can be quite cyclical in terms of when workload comes, so there's a real drive around month end, around quarter and year end. Those can be busy times, that's true, but it means that outside of those times, sometimes we take opportunities to just step back and relax a little bit, and BT is really flexible around that.
I really like maths and I really like spreadsheets, which sounds really nerdy, but I just love it.
We're currently rolling out 5G across the UK. We're also building the emergency services network. So that really helps people from a connectivity perspective, and they're really designing the ways of working for the future and working with the company to change mindsets and create a place that we all want to work for.
The technology that we create in BT Technology is TV, broadband, mobile, Wi-Fi and voice.
I work in media and broadcast. If you watch TV, Freeview, BBC, this is what we do.
BT creates an environment where it encourages you to be bold, be brave and bring your best self to work. And by doing that, we're enabling us to get the best out of everybody within our company.
As a woman in leadership, I feel very supported. I feel like my opinions are listened to, and I feel like I've got the opportunity to really contribute to the future of BT.
Thank you, BT.
So Loughborough taking the trophies then, all 3 of them, the men's, the women's and overall.
Team manager is presenting the overall trophy to Loughborough.
So being lifted by those in African Violet. You've got Becca Walton, Ben Higgins, Alex Haydock-Wilson there in the background. And those managerial responsibility, you got Nick Dakin and Femi Akinsanya, they were Wiltshire. Seamus Derbyshire is there. Charlie Dobson with an unreal first leg in the relay final. Amazing stuff, really. And it's so good to have this championships back outdoors. We've been so deprived during 2020 and 21 outdoors. So great to have it back. So that concludes 3 days of wonderful action, with the trophies being lifted. Loughborough have lit up the track, but so many other mentions and great moments, championship records of course, memories made which will be cherished for years to come. Thanks for watching here, and until next time, perhaps maybe the indoor championships next year, it's goodbye.
I'm a connector of people.
I'm the reason you can video call your loved ones.
Let friends know you got home safe.
Work from home or jump on the latest social media trend.
Whether I'm climbing in a city or somewhere remote.
Jumping in the van early in the morning to repair storm-damaged cables.
Fixing a fault at a roadside box.
Or learning about new technologies.
I'm proud of what I do.
Because what I do impacts millions of people every day.
I'm literally connecting people.
If you told me last year that I'd be working as an engineer, keeping the country connected,
I'd have said, no way, that's not me. I'm not even technical.
But here I am. I guess we're in the business of changing people's minds as well as careers.
I work for a company that values me.
BT encourages me to learn and progress my career.
One day, I could become a specialist, a trainer, or even a leader.
I'm proud of what I do.
I'm powered by me.
And empowered by BT.